Hello, everybody. How are you doing and stuff? What's up?
I was just waving at everybody.
Oh,
hi. Saying hi.
I thought you were
With
asking
my
them
hands.
what's up, but then there was silence, so I didn't know.
Did you guys watch the Super Bowl?
No, I streamed instead. First one I've not watched in years. Saw
Honestly.
the teams, and I was like, I've got these team fatigue. I don't want to see them anymore.
The Super Bowl was boring. The exciting part was the halftime show. So did you
Yeah,
at
it
least
was
catch
pretty.
that
It's
afterwards?
pretty
or-
one-sided.
No.
Oh, you didn't? What's up,
Oh.
Keek?
The game was pretty one-sided, and I only saw like 5 minutes of it waiting for the halftime show to start.
Yeah, it was just that.
Hey, Mahomes got his
Kendrick was
stats
awesome.
in garbage time to make sure he didn't look like the garbage he played like. But he
Wait,
get like
what?
2 touchdowns in the last 3 minutes to make
Oh
his
Yeah,
yeah,
Michael Mahomes.
yeah. Well, at that point in time, the defense just didn't care. Like, what
Well,
was
I
it gonna
know,
do?
I know.
Go get an injury.
I'm just
for-
saying he got his stats padded a little bit, but I don't think he was intentionally padding, but he got them padded in the end when their third, fourth string was in.
It was,
Yeah.
it was. The game wasn't fun. Again, the halftime show was really good. There's a lot of like cool symbolism and messaging in there, but I won't lie. Like I waited like a day or two later, and then I went and just like found videos of people breaking down all the messaging, and I was like, I did not even literally hear him say these words. Like
Right.
there are chunks of stuff that took place in here that I watched it multiple times. I couldn't even hear. Holy shit, that was so much more than I thought. If you have not seen a breakdown, I don't even know who this girl is, but the best breakdown I saw was this young woman. She looks like she was in her early 20s, and she just like was laughing with the whole Drake thing, and then she just went hard in the paint on like all the legit shit, then laughed at Drake again, and I was like, that was probably the best explanation and it was in less than 2 minutes. It was like so good. But anyway,
I heard a lot of the
yeah.
breakdown, like Serena Williams was there, who I guess dated Drake at one point or something.
he like
Yeah.
stalked her for a while. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like allegedly dated,
yeah.
and
So-
SZA and him dated also very briefly.
Oh, see,
Oh,
I
God,
didn't
Lance.
know that.
Mhm.
Lance.
What Lance say?
No, just the large camera.
Oh wow.
emotes.
Yeah. I don't know how people make
It's-
them large. They creep me out every time. Why are you doing
I don't know how
this?
people do it either. If I
Is it a
hover over his thing,
like
it
a
says
channel
try
point thing?
gigantify, so maybe.
I don't see that. I just see Lost in It creep. Okay, I can't
No, if
even
you
look at
hover
chat
over like
right now.
the post itself, it'll have like the little back arrow, the pin message, and then
Oh,
it says
okay, I
try
see. Try
gigantify.
gigantify. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm looking away now. It is so creepy.
Show was dope.
Oh,
The halftime show was dope. I'm still kind of in a good mood off of it. Not gonna lie.
Scott,
Yeah.
this is an apology.
Oh.
I felt I was rude to you last week whenever I made a hairline comment. I know how harsh those can be. So this is my apology for your receding hairline. It looks great this week though.
Am I reading the right number?
Yeah, 10.
Okay. 10. Wait. That does not look like 10.
Times 10.
Jesus Christ, Wade.
Listen, man, as someone who gets called bald all the time, which I decline.
I am not.
I
You
refuse to
you
admit
just completed a level 6 by yourself. I know exactly what you're doing.
Oh yeah, the plus bonus.
I helped.
I mean, if I was smart, I would have saved that for like the
An
actual
important session.
session we're gonna have to like go in and risk our lives. So yeah.
Don't worry, you'll make fun of his hairline again.
I want to get mad, but I'm
We'll have a reason.
actually
Next
not allowed
week's
to.
got 1,000 gifts. I need that level 77 hype train.
This is not Wade trying to say anything about a hairline. This is Wade trying to bribe me to not end early tonight. That's all it is.
What? We didn't talk about that prior to the stream. What it would cost.
At all.
Is
Not
it
a
working?
word.
I'm just.
You
supporting
definitely
the
aren't asking you to
channel.
continue. Unless.
Chat, just so you know, when we get to the end of stream, Scott can't end the stream if there's a hype train going on. So if we make it really long at the end,
You know he likes it long.
Oh,
True.
Okay.
you want a thick hype train. Oh, there's a new record for hype train level.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Snap.
cool.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is,
however high we get now, it's a new record.
When they first went past level 5 hype trains, over on the Daelric channel, it was like my birthday, like a day or two before that started. And I won't lie, it was by and far the most that had ever happened on a single. Granted, I've never seen a fucking 100 gift subs before. That's absolutely insane. That I didn't even know it went that high. That's fucking.
I didn't either.
Like, I'm truly still
You can
shocked.
do
by
a
it.
custom amount, so you could probably go even higher. I don't know if you can go higher, but you can do custom amounts too.
Oh wow!
Holy shit.
That's insane. Well, so it was one of those things where I'm pretty sure the hype train could have gone to like 16 or 17 or 18 or something like that. But literally, it started a day and a half, 2 days later, whatever it was. Like after my birthday was.
I'm gonna make another confession. I currently have like a 30% off thing from Twitch for gift subs, so they're cheaper for me too. So I got that for like, I wouldn't say a fraction of the price, but I got a pretty good deal on that for doing it.
Well, 7/10 is a fraction of the price.
But Scott, your family, Brittany and your daughters, are worth it. You're there.
You're there too.
Somebody said Jake has to be nice. Why is Wade being nice?
Oh, that was nice.
You're looking very well put together at the moment, Scott. Your beard's lined up nice. It's probably because you got these interviews, right?
Yeah, that's actually why. Yeah, 100%.
It's like a beggar who rolled a 3
good.
to look good.
Like my buddy that works at the company, I'm like, bro, I have to go get another haircut to make sure I keep looking good for this interview. Like I can't.
Yeah,
look
I'd
like
get
a
rid of the
schlub.
Dracula Fang hairline if I were you.
I unplugged my headphones.
There, was
damn
that one
it.
mean? Was that one mean enough, Chad?
We went pretty quick. Well, all right, cool. That's fun.
All right, well,
Second one was mean. All right, thank you.
all right, Wade. Well, I appreciate the 100 gift subs, Wade. I'm sure you're just trying to bank
Hey,
some.
You know what, buddy?
some
I don't think this
credit
will
for the
affect it
future.
much, but here's my apology for Ano making me be mean to you. Have 5 more.
Oh, thanks. That'd be interest on the previous.
What did you promise Jake for money tonight?
Handy with the offhand.
Left-handed. Okay.
No. Okay,
Okay.
well, Jake, since Wade's doing this, I guess, for you, I'll finish that story. So the Australia trip thing, okay? So, as you all know, I was supposed to go on an Australia trip to visit some clients that I've been cultivating and like working with or whatever for a long while now, including one of the largest contracts that we have, so on and so forth. There's a whole thing I've been working on. And then somebody, when I was on paternity leave, went ahead and just kind of stole that trip by talking to the right people the right way while I was on paternity leave. And I was pretty upset when I got back. So I had words with the big boss and like not in a mean way about that other person, just about my excitement for going. And he more or less was like, hey, if y'all can accomplish like this type of small upgrade, you can just both go. Don't worry about it. I was like, cool. So then we talked to the client and then like all this stuff comes up that I've been warning my company about for a very long time. And nobody's really listened or anyways. So that company ended up churning, which means that they canceled their contract with us right after we announced that we're going to go on a trip to visit them. And they wrote the nicest email in the world, specifically talking about me in like the nicest way possible. So then
That must have been really hard for them.
wow. Anyways,
Who redeemed that one? I saw it somewhere in there.
It
anyways,
was probably Belita.
so
We'll just blame him.
so the CEO canceled the trip entirely. So now she's not going either.
Oof.
Well,
Well,
So, what you're saying is that despite
terrible
everything you
news.
said, you're not going to visit Jake.
It's terrible news for you, Jake. But Brittany did say to me, she did say, and I quote, you are going to Australia. We'll make it happen. And the good news I discovered is trips to Australia are apparently cheap. If you don't mind sitting in a sardine being like kind of like thrown like a paper airplane, Boeing or whatever it is, for 19 hours straight, it's only like $600. It's actually pretty cheap for like, it's more expensive for me to fly directly to LA than it is for me to go to Australia, and it's further. So
you might just
Nice.
swim if you're thinking about taking a Boeing.
Yeah, I know. Well, I figured I'd bring a life jacket. Anyways,
Yeah.
It's good that Brittany's coming to her senses and is trying to send you away, though. Australia's pretty far from Boston.
Yeah, that'll be nice for her. It's good of you to take him for a while, Jake. Really, like.
She was really
Yeah,
looking forward to
a
your
little
trip,
bit, you know.
Scott. That's good to know.
oh god, oh god, that's I didn't even see from that angle.
She's like, "Oh, you're going to Australia?
You're getting the fuck out of this.
One-way trips this time of year, real cheap."
She's like, make sure you check the spiders out. Not the spiders, the snakes out. I hear they're great out that way. Go find some asps. You know, like
Yeah, even Rory's like, "Yeah, Daddy, I want a pet snake."
go find Bluey, Daddy. Like, oy vey. All right. So Jake, you don't have to wait for this. So that's your story. Let's get to the session. Yeah. I'm a little distracted because I've never seen 100 gift subs before. That's actually genuinely disorienting.
Oh, you get used to it. No, you don't. They're very rare.
All right.
That's a first.
So back to the game. You guys are when last we left off, there were a couple of conversations I know you still wanted to have. Literally when we last left off, not to shore up everything in all the chats that you had, where you went to speak with Leon. You happened to bump into some other guy who seems to be from Yovance. You chatted with Guinevere for a little while, and a few other details had kind of like fallen out along the way, as well as doing all of your downtime activities, some incredible successes, some mild successes, some failures, But at the end of it, we literally finished with Keegan, your character having the opportunity to be led to upstairs into the kind of like private area of the proprietor of the hospital in Hodgwen. As a reminder, Hodgwen being we'll call it a city, but the largest town, the most populous and bustling town in all of Adir, has a hospital that's run by a small religious group known as the something of tranquility. The something of tranquility. The word escapes me at the moment. The Chantry, thank you, of Tranquility. So the Chantry of Tranquility. Yeah. There's kind of like a structure, a hierarchy there, where there's people that are more or less kind of work their way through positions like, Torpor or the Awakened and so on and so forth. And so you find all the way up to the tippity top of the pyramid, where the person who runs the place is a woman named the Slumbering Queen, or at least that's her alias. She came, spoke with you shortly, and then said, leave this for somebody else. Let's go upstairs and have a conversation. And so you went upstairs with her. As you go through that back doorway that you had seen before, you had seen the hallway before, but you'd never actually gone upstairs. As you go through the back doorway, you can see that there's a stairwell that goes up. Now, this stairwell is an old school, imagine literally like a schoolyard stairwell. Squared off, you go up like a half flight, you take a turn, take another turn, you go up a half flight, and it brings you to the upper level. There's a bit of a landing, and you go through a similar door, which then opens up. But up here does not open up into another hallway with a bunch of doors off of it, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, the upstairs of the hospital is significantly smaller in square footage than the downstairs. Instead, when you go upstairs, you actually open up into what's effectively a very large loft apartment, where you step in. She opens the door and you step in, and you can see off to the side there's a sleeping area, but there's also not far from there an area that has nice carpets and some pillows around it, and you can see the number of candles that are over in that area as well. You can imagine that's incense, meditation, focus, whatever it might be, happens over there. She has another area off to the side where there's clearly like a decent sized table with writing equipment and what have you around it, acting as more or less like a large desk, and then another sitting area that's more for relaxation. The whole area up here, again, works as a large loft apartment. Wade is laughing about something. What happened?
I apologize. Just
okay.
His first roll was an 11.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's Lance for you. Yeah. It's
I didn't mean to squeak out loud. Just I saw it.
It's all good. We laugh at Lance. Cool. Can I just get lots of solidarity in chat, please, everyone? Thanks.
Yep. It's time.
Yep. Solidarity in chat. So back to you, Keegan. So as your character comes up into the room, and you kind of like take a moment to look around, and when you're downstairs, and not that the place is by any poor quality downstairs at all. It's actually well stocked downstairs. People keep very clean linens. The whole area is worked out. But I mean, let's be honest. There's people that are fighting infection, disease, injuries, so on and so forth. You can only keep a hospital so clean. And think of the era where it is. This is cleaner than what would make sense for the era, but certainly not modern day hospital clean, which are also not the cleanest thing. So when you come upstairs and you walk into this room, and just the scent of the hospital is almost punched off of your sinuses by the scent of the incense and what have you that she has up here. It's a little disorienting, like accidentally walking into a Yankee Candle. It's again like a punch to your sinuses.
Okay.
So your character will literally kind of like the door opens up and you go to take like a half step in, and you can almost like imagine like choking or coughing a couple times as the sense takes over. As your eyes, water a little bit and you're blinking away, kind of gaining your senses, you can see that she's gone a few steps into the place, then has turns to look back in your direction, waiting until you've gathered your senses enough. And once you've done so, she'll actually say to you as you're like, trying to get the air enough in your lungs you can speak, she'll say, "Are you comfortable?"
Yeah, just not used to the that much incense. I think it's doing what it's intended to, though.
In the winter, it's much worse. There's less opportunity to air out the smell of rot.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm fine. I appreciate. I assume what will be a lesson.
She will then turn and start walking in for you to join her.
He follows.
Yeah, so you can go in, and she walks to the like the far right hand corner of the room, where she has the pillows and the carpets and whatnot kind of set up over there. And she goes over to that area, and she leans down, and you can see her strike a like a small striker to light up one bit of what was I'm looking for here, like cedar, to get like a bit of cedar lit, and then uses that to then go over and light a couple of candles and some incense. As you kind of like come in and you get that moment where you're like realizing, okay, this is not going to be like a quick trip, sort of a pack you might have on you, if anything like that. You maybe put it to the grounds. Again, taking a moment to really gather in the room. You can see that while many of the items in the room are of, finer quality, they're not of the finest quality. Certainly her garment is made out of very high quality materials, and I've already described her mask to you, but it's like whatever finery she has in here, it's worn. It's not like it's constantly replaced by the most it's not like a noble's house, right? It's more like how a wealthy merchant or a lesser noble would keep their house. They have nice things and do the best they can to maintain them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can see that around the place. But also, now that you're in it for like a solid minute or two, taking it in the breaking conversation, you're able to see that it also feels a bit cluttered. Like, at first, you're like taken aback by how nice the stuff is and, the openness and where things are. Then you realize, oh, this is like very cluttered with, how much is piled off over here, or like that shelf that has how many scrolls kind of tucked into it, or books, set sideways. And so there's organization, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those organization that's only holding back the brink of just how much shit there is inside here, right?
Okay.
And so you're kind of like taking all that in, and then eventually she will say, come, let's sit. And then we'll walk on to that carpeted area. You can see she stops for a moment, and even though you can't see it by the motion of her legs or whatever under the dress, you can see she's clearly removing some sort of slipper or shoe before properly stepping on the carpets and then going over and, sitting on them.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll make sure to also take off my shoes when I approach about the same distance or so, just in case she's very particular.
Yeah.
And then
that
I'll
carpet's
take a seat
okay, that
across.
one's a no-no, right?
Right. Yeah, you never know.
Yeah. Perfect.
Also, that was a very evocative description. Thank you.
Welcome. And so she, I don't know, I'm on edge right now. I'm edging. So you go over and you sit down. And so she sits across from you and doesn't say anything. So you're looking at somebody and you can see their eyes, kind of. You can see their eyes under the mask. But unfortunately, you can't see their face. So as you're sitting there and there's like a couple moments of silence, it very quickly grows a little uncomfortable because you're just staring at what's effectively a blank expression, no expression, literally just a mask. So I'll kick it over to you at that point.
Mikhail will he kind of like glances over like as if waiting for her to speak a couple of times, and then we'll just sort of idly look around the room a little and like purposely like slightly relax his posture just so he's not looking super nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then eventually he'll just say, "Are you waiting for me to speak?"
Waiting for you to grow comfortable.
Oh. He says, it's I guess it's a little easier once I know more of what to expect.
She says, you show promise in a way that I think I can help to polish. But again, first, I wish to see you grow comfortable. This is you coming to a place that's obviously very few others have. And so there's the smell obviously took its toll on you initially. So I want you to take that moment to gather your senses, and then we can speak.
Yeah. He will take a moment. He takes a few kind of deep breaths. Is there anything else in the room that, like, I know it's cluttered, that like stands out at all?
Yeah,
It seems.
absolutely. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
All right. 14.
14 total. That's not bad. And then follow that up with roll me a spellcraft check.
Okay. There we go. Ooh, okay.
Okay. So you do look around the room, and you can see there are many different things around the room. Like I said, like it's very cluttered, but some stuff does catch your eye, and items that are clearly of of value. Like you see off to the side this small ball that has a bit of a glint to it, and you don't think much of it when you initially kind of like your eyes scan by. But later on, after you're done, looking around different parts of the room, you look back and it catches your eye again, and you really focus on it, and you realize like how smooth the sphere is. And yeah, sure, you've seen blown glass before, and you've seen blown glass spheres, but the way that the light is, cutting through it, you're coming to the realization, like with the, maybe the bouncing light of a candle or whatever it might be. No, light doesn't prism through glass the way that does. As you learned in your lessons in the Arcane Congress, it prisms through crystal the way that does. And even if this is something as simple as quartz, for something to be that so large that you can get that smooth and that size of a sphere and that, pure, no imperfections or what have you, that alone could be worth who knows how much. And why the hell would you want something like that? Usually stuff like that is used as a focus or a component in magics.
Okay. He notices it. He kind of tilts his head and he sits forward a little and goes, "Oh, a crystal ball. Do you use that?"
She looks over to where it is that your eye is catching, and then says, "I have. Not often, though."
Huh. That's a pretty rare skill.
It's perhaps not what you're thinking. Clairaudience. Sorry, she says clairvoyance. Is this what comes to mind? That's what they teach in your university.
Okay. He sits back a little and says, I believe so. I'm sorry, who told you I studied at a university?
Nobody.
Your diploma says you did.
She says nobody.
Okay.
And then leaves it there for now.
So, was there something? He's like looking down, like he's obviously wearing what the normal crap that they wear. Is it written on my forehead? How did you figure that out?
In a way, it was. I think you'll recall your first visit to the hospital.
Yes.
We use methods here to help alleviate the suffering and the pain of those that are staying. You were in a lot of physical, a lot of physical pain, and so you were given a tea. The tea does help to ease your body, but has secondary side effects. It also helps to ease your mind.
Yeah, it made me really tired.
It does. And it has other effects when you are asleep. We also have around the hospital dream catchers. They're act like a filtration for negative thoughts or something worse that might impact somebody when they are staying inside the hospital. It helps to alleviate night terrors, something that could cause a surgeon's hand to jump should they hear a random scream in the middle of the night when they're in the middle of a surgery, or stop patients with actually genuinely me, Scott, forgetting the word, but stop those that do night walking from getting up and walking into a cart full of used or sharp objects. It just helps to alleviate the patient's minds while they're staying inside the hospital. It's better that than to strap people to their beds. There's only so much space, and we try to put in here as many as possible. The dream catchers don't usually do much aside from filter out the bad and allow just gentle dreams to go in. But on occasion, there are more extreme dreams that come in. Strong thoughts, emotions, whatever they might be. And those don't just get filtered through by the dream catchers, they stick to them for a little while. It almost stain them. And, well, a combination of the tea that you had that day and thoughts that came into your minds that night, you stained one of the dream catchers. I used that to look into the stain and was able to glean some details.
Ah, I guess that explains it. Seems a touch invasive, honestly.
She gives no apology, excuse, or even motion.
Huh. Well, okay. Good to know. Then I guess there's no point in hiding it. Yes, I was thinking of clairvoyance or clairaudience.
I understand that you were trained in the Congress, but I don't know your whole history. I just divulged some large truth of myself to you. I am a practitioner of magic. I am able to use these abilities well outside the trainings and guidance of the Congress. I know a few details about you, and now you have something on me.
Okay, I suppose that's fair. Well, thank you for sharing. Now, as far as my work here, it's pretty difficult. I'm actually surprised that I've shown much promise. It doesn't come naturally.
You are overthinking. Literally, someone has showed you how to do this task, and instead of just doing what they showed you, you are trying to find a different way of solving the problem. It's not unusual. It's the way that the Congress trains the mind. From a younger age, they bring you in, they wipe away some of who you should have been, and instead make you who you are. The way that they manipulate your mind into thinking a certain pattern, certain routes, certain problem solving, it helps you to understand magics in the way that you do, and so you can use them as you do. To which, by the way, I can only speculate based off of your reputation and the fact that I know you know them, and the proximity of where we are to another school. I assume my speculation is correct?
Probably.
Because of that, you were trying to solve a problem that's already been solved.
Hmm. I see. I can't exactly undo the way that my mind is wired to solve problems, though. That would, I mean, I guess I could. It would take a very long time, and honestly, I don't think I'd be better for it.
So instead, let's change the problem.
Yeah.
You, as I said before, were being taught a task, a skill. And if you repeat that skill over and over, it becomes a rote action for you. You can do it in your sleep. However, if you instead approach it differently, treat it more like a science, well, then maybe you can find a better way. I brought you up here for a few reasons. One of them is to provide you the materials to do exactly that. Downstairs, they're giving you the literal materials and patience to practice the craft on. Up here, there are the books and details to learn the theory on.
I see. That would make more sense. I was wondering why I didn't have to read anything at all in order to
Most
start.
people that donate their time in an eye hospital cannot read.
I mean, I just would have expected that maybe someone would dictate, or my expectations were clearly wrong. And that's not in a way meant to disparage anyone. That's more on me than anything. But yes, getting to, I guess, getting to dive into more of the theory and certain things that I can practice more often would be really helpful.
Wonderful. Then I will present to you the materials that you can use, and you are welcome to, within the hours that I invite you, come up and study the theory. And then after you've done some studying, well, then we can look at whether or not it actually works for you. That's one of the reasons why I brought you up here. Your effort was there, your genuine care and your passion in this was there, but you were failing. And considering what you've already done for the region, I would rather you keep your friends alive than have one of them be brought in the condition they were last time.
I mean, I think all of a deer would agree with you at this point.
I don't think all of Adir would agree with me at this point.
Maybe someday.
Maybe someday. One can dream.
Well, we'll see. We're still pretty young. We have a lot we can still do.
But one of the other reasons I did bring you up here is because of your training, your expertise. It was different, as I said. It was brought to you by the Arcane Congress. But there are still benefits that we might be able to share with one another. I, for my own reasons, need to understand a little bit about how it is the Congress manipulates magics. And in exchange, I'm willing to teach you lessons of my own. I've heard about the battles that you've done in the streets of Hadgwen before. I hear that you know the words to make people around you fall slumber to your command. You already have the foundations that make my offer worthwhile and not empty.
Yeah, that's he takes like a while. He's probably quiet for maybe like a full minute as he considers it before he finally seems to kind of snap out of the consideration. It says, I'm sure you understand that those kind of lessons would need to be discreet.
No expression, obviously, mask.
Mhm. There's quite a few regulations on who's allowed to teach these types of things. Not even just who's taught, but even just giving instruction that way is I could get in trouble.
I understand. It's also dangerous.
Yes,
But
but I need the skill.
there are more dangerous things in Adia right now.
You're not wrong. Okay, I can do that. There's a spell that I've been working on that I was hoping my time here would bring to like a culmination, but it just hasn't come together yet.
Describe it. What is it you're trying to do, and how is it you're trying to accomplish it?
It's meant to accelerate the natural healing of the body, like overnight when your body kind of goes into that overdrive mode of repairing wounds and fighting infections and all of that, right? I don't know spells that do the instantaneous magical healing of wounds. That's a bit beyond me. Not really part of my studies. But I think if I was to try to just work with the body's natural ability, I could develop one that would allow one to recover much faster overnight throughout their sleep. As long as they weren't interrupted, of course. I'm not even at the phase where I'd want to test it. It's...
He says, I'm very familiar with this. In fact, so is it one of your companions.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Which
It
one?
came in quite the rough shape.
Oh. Wait, you used... Oh, so this isn't new.
The way that you and I would accomplish the same task is going to be very different. I can help you find some of the foundational bits that you are missing. I might even be able to help you make some connections that you can't do on your own. But you and I are effectively speaking different languages. I can just help you have some of the details you need. And in exchange, you'll help me.
Sure. I mean, that's only fair. And we should still be in town for, well, at this point, a few more weeks.
Wonderful.
2, maybe 3.
But I first need proof that you are, in fact, not a fool. You are charming, and I want to make sure that there is more than just charisma there. So, let's find some textbooks and see if you can start to piece the details together.
All right, easily done.
And she will stand up, and we'll walk over to the table area and invite you over, where she'll grab, a dozen or so scrolls, very specific books, so on and so forth. She seems to know exactly, like that organized mess that, whether you be that person yourself or you know somebody that you like, how do you know where shit is? This place looks like a goddamn pigsty, but yet you know it's not that hers is a complete pigsty, but still. Or like, do you remember like back when you used to collect like DVDs or CDs, and like maybe you alphabetized, but you had that friend that just had chaos as their organizational method, but they always knew exactly where the one that they needed was. Yeah. She seems to be one of those.
Most of my friends.
I bounce back and forth between, like, if you're talking about like DVDs, between like genre with the alphabet within or just alphabet, and I eventually just went to alphabet because I thought that was easier to like talk to other people. But then people would get confused because like when you do alphabet, you ignore letters like you ignore the words like or the like
articles. Yeah,
like the matrix isn't under T, it's just under M for matrix, unless was a core part of it, right? Like a man apart is going to be under A, right?
Yeah, okay.
So because man apart is the name of the movie. It's anyways, you get the idea. So
yeah, I gotcha.
Moving on. So she goes over and pulls these things out for you, so on and so forth. and puts them there on the table for you to do some studying. And she says, I need to do rounds. There is an unfortunate infection that has been plaguing the city. I'm going to see to it that we nip it in the bud. Please don't get too curious. I might know. And then we'll start to leave.
As you've displayed.
Cool. Any questions or details or whatever it is, or jump cut that week?
I'm trying to decide if he stoops, he doesn't.
You should steal the crystal ball and then she won't know.
She goes,
Right.
actually, I have another one. Oh, ha ha! Bloop. Anyways,
Where
so
was she hiding it? I don't like the bloop.
I wasn't
You
going to say
refer-
anything.
Aha!
oh, hold on.
It's so cloudy.
We both went the same way. Oh. All right.
I'm going to cast prestidigitation on everything in this room.
For people that watch this, or I should say for people that listen to this and don't watch, they miss out on details.
I said the same
I
thing
think
about
they'll
the
figure
hit
that out.
podcast, Distractable.
Distracting.
Oh.
I think I've heard of that.
I wasn't paying attention.
What?
Let's get back to it.
Okay.
All right.
But yeah, no, I don't have anything else.
Cool. So, other details to go over. I know, who was it? I think it was Jaaek. You wanted to speak to Landor, and this was after the whole situation. You were going to go speak with him. So you had already, did everything you needed to do, so on and so forth. You eventually sold the stone and got all the coin, and there was an idea of what you guys wanted to do with that coin, which we can jump to in a moment. But you wanted to go and have that conversation with Landor. So unless there was other conversation you guys y'all want to solve first. Oh, there was Gwen was supposed to actually technically have him before that, but go ahead, Jake. You were going to say something?
I was just going to say, I don't actually have anything to speak to him about. Like, it would be a meeting with him, like, because he more or less said, oh, let's have dinner or something, or whatever it was.
Yeah,
and it
I'll
would just
RP
be
through
small
with you.
talk. Like,
Yeah,
if you
I'll
want.
gladly RP
But there's
through
no,
with
I'm not seeking anything from him or anything.
No, yeah. If you literally just want to say, oh, it's very much like I did. So if you weren't, I thought you were trying to glean information off of him because you had a personal opinion of the nation that he was from and the way that he was dressed and so on and so forth. But if you're like
That
honest-
that is true.
okay,
I don't actually like. Apart from that, I'm not trying to use him for anything or anything like that. But yeah.
then that's worthy of RP to see where things go. But it's up to you if you want to jump through that or if you want to have that RP. I'm not going to force that on you.
Yeah, no, we can have that RP. That's fine.
Sure. And then there was also the conversation with Gwen, and she had a friend whose name was Queen of the Damned or
Ashanti.
something like that. Yeah. And I think those are the last two that were lingering there, I believe.
What was the conversation with Gwen?
She was going to introduce you to her friend. Not her friend.
Yeah.
A person that had been frequenting her shop that she thought you might find interesting by the name of Ashanti, who happens to be an archaeologist.
Mhm.
Oh, who was being introduced? That wasn't Koa. Who was those? That was for someone.
Mikhail.
I think it was Koa and Mikhail.
Mikhail and yeah, I think
Oh,
yeah, she was
okay.
gonna have both of us because I think we were both kind of a part of that conversation. Was Elliot supposed to be a part of that too?
That is up to you guys if you'd want to meet with Elliot there or not, and it's also up to Jake whether or not he would want to be there. Gwen's friend is the Hawktua girl? Jesus Christ.
I don't think I need to be there. What's it for?
To meet with this
Uh,
person and who I don't know where it might go.
You just know
Because
it's
she,
not
yeah, she may
yours.
not. She may know more. She may be able to glean more out of the book.
All right, I'll be there just in case I need to contribute something. Then.
Okay, cool. So let's do that one first before we do Lander. So because this is unfortunately going back a few weeks, this is before the bank situation, before all of that stuff. She was saying she was going to introduce it with you, and this is the last time we're jumping back into the past. So when you finally go, she had set up a time with you guys and what have you to meet with her, and she's going to do all at the shop because she can contribute when she's not actively working with.
Is it just the three of us, or is Elliot with us?
That is entirely up to you.
think it makes sense for him to be there.
I do too, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Sure. So you guys go
Yeah,
there,
he's there.
and you're gonna bring Elliot with you. And as you come walking in, one of the things that's gonna happen is you guys go in, and of course, there's a degree of comfort, especially more from Koa. Even if Koa's like half very comfortable and half a little awkward, going in. But obviously, the two of you guys are perfectly comfortable because there's no awkwardness for your presence there at all. What's his name? Elliot goes in with complete comfort, and actually has no problem walking right up to Gwen and just giving her like a giant hug. And so he's like,
Sorry to interrupt, Scott. You didn't start the AI thing.
Oh, that's fine. That's not a big deal.
Okay.
So yeah, she walks right up to her and gives her a giant hug. And she's like, "Oh, Elliot, I haven't seen you in so long." It's like, "Oh, I've been busy. Unfortunately, I've gotten, tangled up with some of the worst people you can imagine. Adventurers." Ugh. And clearly just kind of like playing up and being funny, and she gives like a chuckle or whatever it is, or maybe even a giggle, and Koa turns red. No, and
you know how like when Darth Vader walks into a room, you hear the Imperial March. When Elliot walks into a place, I hear Dancing Queen start playing in my head. Just want to throw that out there so everyone else listens to that and hears that too.
Dancing Queen.
Wow.
Oh.
It's not an insult, cool. Just what I think of.
Is he also only 17?
I don't know if you've ever said his age.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say don't tell Diddy, but awesome. So we are he goes in. They have a little exchange back and forth. Clearly, they're friendly with one another. Not necessarily super close, but Elliot's also much more gregarious than I guess Koa is, depending on the scenario. So he has no problem. But he's also non-threatening. So anyways, that whole thing plays out, and after it's done, she like turns to you guys, and you again have your greeting. You've already seen her a bunch of times, and she's like, "Oh, you got here a little bit early. She hasn't showed up yet. Did you end up having to use any of those potions that we went through last time?"
Oh, not yet, no. But we have them ready if we do need them now, so thank you again for that.
Oh, good. I'm actually working on a concoction. It's a compound. Like a concentration. Ashanti, who you're going to be meeting with, she's actually really good at alchemy herself. She trained for this where she was from. She can tell you the details. Anyways, there was a theory that I had, and we were musing through it, and I'm close to cracking it. I might have you experiment with it for me when I complete it. The idea is if you mix this compound into a potion, shortly before or just prior to drinking it, it actually gives a much greater volume to its effect. Like increases the volume of the potion, so it has more of an effect. Maybe it lasts longer or has a stronger impact, so maybe closes more wounds or gives you defense for a longer period of time. We're still working out the kinks on it, but I just thought you might be interested in it.
I think Koa would look to the other two because they probably... I mean, he uses health potions, but I think Mikhail's the one hanging on to them primarily.
Not I don't think the health potions. I think you have.
Not the health potions,
you have
but
one.
like in general, the concoction, concentrate stuff. That seems like he's like, he understands the base of what she's saying. He's not stupid, but he's kind of like, I'm curious what Mikhail would have to say since he's kind of the.
You're a magic man.
Magic man. Yeah. It's all magic to Koa.
I mean, it sounds really interesting. I'd be okay with trying, like helping you with your experiment.
She smiles and says, "Wonderful. I got the idea from the research that we were doing together. Well, it was an idea I already had, but it became feasible with the research that we were doing together. So, and then you hear the bell ring, and she has that sudden reaction, like a book dropped on the ground next to her, and she's like, sorry, excuse me. And she goes over and she's like, hi, can I help you? And then you hear a woman's response saying, no more than my parents could. And you look across and you can see a woman walking over that is has a degree of friendliness and just comes over and gives like a quick hug to Gwen. That suggests, again, another degree of friendliness. Apparently she's been around even more often than Gwen made it sound like. Either that or just grows very comfortable very quickly. So the woman that you see that comes in, she's like, mid 5 foot, so maybe like a 5'5", 5'6", somewhere in that range. She, lean athletic build, which you can see she has like the clothes that she wears on her, even in the wintertime, they hug her very well, not in like a alluring sort of a way. They hug her well in a way that suggests like these are tailored. She purchased clothes that were specifically made for her, rather than buying something and then maybe just wearing it or having it fitted. You can see the thread count or whatever it is. Like these are clearly decent clothes. There's a color in them. It's not like, it's somewhat paled out, but it is rich enough to suggest, again, similar to like Keegan Mikhail's clothes when he first got it, that there were nice clothes at one point in time, at least. She also, you can also tell by the material of them, this is not meant to be something that you're going to have lounging around some, ballroom or trying to catch the attention of some fella or anything like that. This is definitely somebody who's has places to go and things to do and doesn't want to be slowed down or interrupted, right? Like she, keeps her warm, gets the job done, doesn't get in her way. She also wears a large like shawl over her head that, kind of like, it's like a headscarf, if you will, that, covers around her neck and her throat and so on and so forth. So really you can just see her face. And like what is not uncommon for Tazy and Dale, she goes a little bit heavier on the makeup. So she has very prominent, like eyeshadow and, contouring. She has like her lips are both lined and then have some, sort of dark, almost like a maroon colored lipstick to her, et cetera, et cetera. So she has, if you will, generous use of makeup, and the whole thing is framed around. And she turns her attention to the three of you, and she gives you a bit of a sharp look that suggests she's assessing what she's looking at there. She pretty quickly looks past Koa because he just unfortunately does not strike as the somebody that maybe is the person to speak to. And her eyes pretty quickly fall on Mikhail, who actually, if I remember correctly, Aldo, you also dress pretty smart, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're being like Billy or whatever. So she'll actually quickly bring her attention to the two of you, just assuming this is the big dumb friend that's with you, right? And so her eyes quickly fall to the two of you and says, word is you have something interesting to read.
Word is correct in this case.
You can tell from her accent, especially Aldo. You can tell that she's not from around here. But Aldo, you know that accent. She's Tazian, as in from Taziandale. Taziandale is another, I'm going to say human nation. Not that it truly is, because every nation is very blended in races. But it originally was a human nation many generations ago. It was predominantly human back then. They speak a different native language than you do in Goldaria. They speak Tazian as their native tongue, not Golden. So,
Yeah.
different. Anyways, so what did you say again, Keegan? Could you feed me that line again?
She said, word is you have something interesting. And I said, word is correct.
You see,
before she responds, though, Aldo will also greet her in Tazian because I speak it, and he says, he just says, "Oh, it's nice to see, a deer seems to be a melting pot."
roll me a linguistics check. And how many ranks do you have in it?
Linguistics, I have 2 ranks in it.
Me too. Nice.
Damn.
You have very strong mastery over the accents there. Like, don't get me wrong, a keen ear might pick up that your accent is somewhat blended, like a multiple region one, or maybe you can't work, like maybe you can't fine tune exactly which region you want yours to come from. You just like learned one. It's like whenever people do like a British accent, they just immediately jump to Cockney, right? It's like, yeah, everybody does a Cockney accent, but there's like 700 British accents. So yours is like, it's not true, but for the average listener, which she very well may be, it comes off as like a perfect accent, like impressively so. So when you immediately, I think your first words you say are in Tazian with a perfect accent, her eyes light up. So you said your line, Mikhail, and she started to get a twitch of a smile. But then when you speak to her in perfect Tazian, her eyes light up and she turns to you. and it says, more or less like, welcome, brother, and like goes walking up to you and throws her arms out wide to embrace you.
Yep, we'll embrace her back. And we're
Yep.
definitely from Taziendale. We're not definitely 100% from Taziendale.
Mikhail's like getting up to go for a handshake, and he just does the like awkward, like, oh, I'm gonna pretend I wasn't doing anything. Like,
Koa's like, this lady overlooked me and is hugging Aldo. What is happening?
So she quickly just kind of like jumps into small talk with you, which is common Tazian small talk. So kind of like, talking about some affairs that might be happening out in that direction, like the war in the south, the trouble with the mines in the region, some like local politics stuff, so on and so forth, which your character, you're welcome to make a bluff check to work your way through, or you can immediately take a step back and not navigate through this if you don't want to. It's your call.
Fuck it.
All right. Fuck it, luck it. Let's go. Oh, let's
Damn.
go.
good lord.
Let's go. Okay, so
I'm as Tazian as they come.
she's so removed from Taziendale, from her
Unbelievable.
own adventures, if you will, that you actually have more updated knowledge. Like all the things that she's bringing up and talking about, you're like, I know this. I know this too. Hey, I know this. I heard this news. Actually, I heard this while in my travels. Like I literally heard it in a tavern. Some guy would talk to me about it while I was drunk and bored. And I just listened because there was nobody there worth talking to. Like all this shit you work through. And then like you realize that some of her information is like you bring something up and she's like starts asking questions and you realize, oh, she's so removed from Taziendale right now, probably a few years out, that you have more relevant information to provide her. You're telling her about home. And so this conversation is not like a super quick one. They end up sitting there and chatting inside in Tazian for like 7-8 minutes, just going back and forth and talking about home and this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, it is genuinely impressive. Not that he has really pertinent knowledge. If he was talking to someone that just came from there, he would have failed miserably. But because she's so removed, he easily is mastering through it. And so the conversation eventually ends with her, saying that, we're being rude and so on and so forth, but the two of you should absolutely, catch up more later on, And then she'll turn to what's her name? Turn to Gwen and say, I don't know what you're talking about. He's both handsome and charming.
Oh. I don't say anything. I just
And
smile.
brother, so maybe you can have like a stepbrother, stepsis kind of thing going on.
Maybe.
Gwen's face immediately turns flush as she's just like feeling like she was called out for saying either compliments and or insults in some way. Like these words could somehow be, her words can be misinterpreted from what this other person said and so on and so forth. So she just goes completely flush and her mouth goes agape and she's like, and cannot speak for the moment. So looking for the opportunity to kind of like jump in, Elliot will chime in and say, but we're here to look at a book.
Yeah, and you picked a language I don't know, so we could try it in Perrin. It might be easier.
What was it? What was I gonna say? Elliot will just turn to you and say, they were just catching up on. He says with a glint in his eye, just two Tazian natives catching up on the homeland.
Oh, of course, that's why I didn't want to interrupt.
Koa will look like he's getting ready to say something and then stop himself like, why isn't she talking to me again?
And so she says, all right.
I love that Elliot's just getting with the program. I just want to say that.
She's
Silent acceptance.
She says, all right, bring it out, boys. I want to see what it is that you have. And what's her name? So many names here at once. And three NPCs at once. Gwen says, oh, you're welcome to use the desk in the back. Doorbell rings. And she's like, again, sounded like a book slamming in her mind. And she just jumps and like looks panicked for a second. And she's like,
Okay, I'll show her.
Excuse me. And just like turns in, hi, can I help you? And then you guys, I imagine, go into the back room.
Yeah.
Thank God we did this meeting at her workplace while she's working, huh?
So the woman, so Ashanti, says, "Oh, we don't need her anyways. She's not much of an alchemist. Let's go."
Koa's like upset on her behalf for that, but was like, not that I can really tell, I guess. So I don't know how I would even argue the point.
Mikhail will say, he's like, well, she keeps telling us that too, but I think she's got a better grasp of it than she even realizes. I've already shown her this stuff.
So when you guys go in back and she doesn't speak to that or anything. She actually will pull out of her own pack that she had like slung over her shoulder. She throws it up on the table and starts taking out a bunch of different things herself. Which you notice some stuff in there. Mikhail, do me a favor. Roll me a this would be a knowledge arcana check.
Okay.
Wonderful.
You
can actually see that what she pulls out of her pack isn't just like some notebooks and ink wells or whatever it is, a whole bunch of things like that. She also pulls out like little pieces of equipment, like boxes that are shut. They're like latched shut, but like the symbols on them you recognize. You realize, oh, this is a person. Like I know those symbols because they're Arcane Congress symbols. These are pieces of an alchemist kit. Like she's like an Arcane Congress trained alchemist, or at least has her hands on some of those supplies. So this is actually somebody that you can kind of speak to in your own way, if you will. Both of you having similar backgrounds. So that's awesome. She clearly has some degree of authority, having, you went to one of the weird schools where it was like finite training in musical use of magic. She went to a different weird school where it was finite training in the chemical use of magic, right? So anyways, cool. So she pulls this stuff out, and you notice that as whomever it is getting the book out and, putting it down and starting to go into the speech. So I'll let you guys kind of take over from here.
Honestly, he would probably point at one of the symbols and I guess like say whatever it is, and go, "Oh, whatever it is." You go, where did you learn?
She said she raises an eyebrow and looks at you and says, "What do you mean?" It was a little sharp.
He says, like, because it's just us and like our group mostly in here, and he's like, "Well, I recognize the symbols on the kit. Those are from." He goes, I studied at Tailsong. I'm from Paradel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She says, one of the universities. All right, let's see this book.
Okay. he will let it go, and then brings out the book, and just for brevity, he's going to explain the same stuff to her that he did to Gwen. So, like, no reason to hide the cipher or whatever.
Okay.
She needs to know about the alchemy.
No, great. So no reason to hide the cipher. So you bust out the cipher that you already used to help teach Gwen, and so on and so forth, and it does help. So here's an important thing to note. Is that she is somebody who has not studied the mole like her whole life or anything like that. Like you say, what's his name? Elliot has been doing it for many, many years. She actually was an archaeologist that was studying specifically Tasian archaeology was her prime focus, but eventually came down here to look into mole stuff for her own reasons, her own expansion, so on and so forth of knowledge. And so her attention has come down here. So she doesn't actually fully speak Tall as a language. She has some of the foundations of it, but because it's a dead language, it's hard to learn. So she has learned obviously Perrin, right? And she has done a lot of effort in learning Glyn. And so she can speak Glyn, but like really poorly. Like somebody who went to like who studied, I don't know, Spanish in all of high school and like a year of college, then went to Spain. And it's one of those like, great, you can navigate around, but oh boy, like that's how poor she is with it, as opposed to say Aldo, who just perfectly navigated her native tongue without her seeming to notice, Yeah. And so with Tall, it's one of those like, she has the foundations of it, and she's leaning heavily on her knowledge of the other two languages to even work through those foundations. She can't even, properly string. Like, if she tried to string together a sentence, she'd be like, "Oh, your grammar is way off. Your pronunciation's terrible." But like, I think I know what you're trying to say. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Cool. So, but better than where Gwen was. So that gives you a stronger foundation to work off of, and the fact that you and Ellie have already worked on ciphers to help translate this as well. So the three of you, Elliot, and when she's available, Gwen, are really helping her to kind of like crack through this and look into some of the details here. And you can see, because of her alchemical training, she actually understands this pretty quickly comparatively. Not like, oh, in 3 hours I get it. That'd be fucking ridiculous. But she actually understands a lot of the details here well enough to be like holy crap, this is stuff that I can use. Who is it? Oh, hey, Molly. I was like, who is
Agent.
it? Molly. Molly, I'm sorry. There was a natty 1 raid. We're gonna have to have you please kick up your stream again. And just kind of like, it was a critical failure.
They charged the gates, but the gates were barred and sealed, and they just ran into it face first, and everyone else ran into it. Not a great.
Yeah. It's like
Cincinnati 1 raid.
Yeah, sorry. Cool. Did you say since? Oh God, no. Did you see what your wife wrote? I'm embarrassed for you.
To be fair, I'm jealous of that joke.
No, come on. He just doubled down.
It's pretty good.
Oh, no, it's
She keeps
not.
it around
You're
for
just
a
being
reason.
a good husband. Oh, God. Oh, hi, Tesh. Okay. Oh, boy, that was bad. That was painful. All right, back to the game. So she's...
Scott, I think you have to say it because the podcast isn't going to know what you're complaining about.
She wrote a Cincinnati raid.
Yeah, there you go. That wasn't so bad, was it?
I can still taste it, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Back to the game. So she works through this in the few hours that you're there well enough to understand to show that she can understand the foundations of this, so much so that she's like, no, what you're describing this here, and she's kind of talking about like a base element or what have you. She's like, you don't need to have the purest form of this. This is an offhand use of, here, let me show you. And she'll go around the shop and like moves around the shop with more comfort than she should, considering how long she's known Gwen. It might even make, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Wade, but it might even make Koa a little uncomfortable with how she's like just grabbing things that are like, it's almost like, imagine if somebody needed to use strawberries as an example, and so instead of grabbing a pint of strawberries from the grocery store, they just open up a container, grab 3 strawberries, and leave the container open and walk away. That was and with the same implications of now your hands are all over them. Are you going to put them back? Like, ew, you know? So
There's blood all over the wood right where I had to redo it all.
Anyway, so she kind of grabs a couple of things and puts them on the table, and she's like, these right here, these are representative of that. She's like, it's like, imagine, this base element here. I'm just going to use the term aether. She's like, imagine aether. Aether is just a term, but it doesn't mean a specific reagent. It means these varied reagents, if used the right way, can have that, built into it. And she kind of like walks through these details, and she's like, and this is how it is that they're doing it. They're using the base elements. They just have to have catalysts and reactions to make them function the right way. And so this ends up being a conversation that for both Aldo and Koa is extremely boring. Like insanely boring. For Mikhail, it's exciting because it's mole related. For what's his name, Elliot, it's exciting because it's mole related. For Gwen and Ashanti, it's exciting because it's the chemistry, right?
Koa's trying to at least pay attention to be interested. 1, because it's stuff that might help them on their journey, but 2, if Gwen's interested, he's interested, even if he doesn't understand any of it.
And Aldo is spending his time trying purposely to distract Koa, even more so.
How so?
I don't know. Start talking shit about people. If I get him to gossip about people around. Yeah.
They're like reading something, and you're just like, "Do you hear that bend down the road?" Likes to fart when he walks into shops. What? He does what?
Don't go in behind him.
Don't follow him into the store.
I see him coming into Gwen's like twice a day.
There was a strange odor the one day.
Fuck.
Okay. Now that's over. So after the end of a whole bunch of hours of this, eventually she's like, so you said that this is one volume. Where's the rest?
Yeah. I don't have the rest. I mean, they're all over the place. We have another, but it's not to do with alchemy. We'd have to find another that has that same hidden information.
You just going to tantalize me with a small little taste and then just leave me behind?
That's
Like, you
usually
have
how the
nothing
first
else?
meeting works. But because it's usually how the first meeting works. But no, look, it unfortunately it is all we've got for now.
So where can we find more of these?
Let's see. There's one that supposed to get one from an auction. It was one of them, right? Or was it?
There were
We're getting like 5
There
books
was
or
two
something.
Two at the auction and then the arcade.
2 in the
book.
auction,
Mhm.
and then they are yeah. There's 2 we're trying to get from an auction. Don't know. I don't know what the cipher is going to reveal on them because I don't remember what the filigree was. But I don't think it was orange.
It was 3 at the auction? I thought it was 2. Was
Yeah,
it?
I also thought it was 3 and the
It was
arcane
3.
book.
no.
Okay.
The third book that he was stealing was the spell book.
Okay.
Right? It was two
I
of
did
these
think
books
it was
plus the
3.
spell book.
Because originally we weren't going to get the spell book.
Yeah, I thought it was 3 in the spell book, but
Yeah.
Nog is also saying there were 3.
That's what my memory says too. Because initially we weren't going to get the spell book. I think he just did it because of the
yeah,
degree
we're
of
originally just
success.
going to get the 3 books.
We need
And
the
then-
arbiter of fact here. Where is
Forensic.
Forensic? Thank you.
Forensic!
Forensic! You have been summoned!
They're not here.
Brittany, are you still downstairs? Did I just hear you or no? That I heard noises. Oh, okay. Right when you need forensics, they just leave you. Oh well. All right,
Oh
cool.
boy, there are old notes.
Yeah, I don't
Sometimes
believe any of
these things
chat.
just do not post.
Chat's lying. They're a bunch of gaslighting assholes. It's only forensic that I'll trust on this one. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. Oh, forensic in Norway. I would trust Norway as well. So without forensic in Norway, I can't believe you guys. Speaking of gaslighting assholes, actually,
Damn,
fun
all my
fact:
notes don't
the
post.
YouTube channel is at 4,989 subscribers right now. It has never hit 5,000 before. It is literally 11 away. So if you are not subscribed,
Crazy.
youtube.com/lost initiative. You can find it. You know how YouTube works. Subscribe. Only 11 away from 5,000. Have never hit that before. Cool.
That's wrong. They suck. I only trust one. By the way, if you guys would subscribe to my YouTube channel, man,
You can also be insulted and discredited in front of a live audience.
Well, why don't you leave the YouTube and then stream into the Pro?
Okay.
I also berate and insult my audience.
There you go. I just want to be like you, Daddy. You're clearly older than me. Look at us. Like chat, look at us.
You're getting close, man.
Here, can I bring it?
You'll pass him eventually.
Here, how do I bring us close
Yeah,
together?
you could be
Hold on.
slumbering Queen's
One of
back
these
up
days.
the ball here soon, Scott.
Here we go. Look at us. Clearly one is older than the other one. Like obviously. One is older than
Did
the
the
other
stream just go offline?
one. What? No, don't go offline. Just like clear. I mean, all right, back to the game.
Oh, we've got our accomplishments behind us too. Scott's got a sad wooden door, and I've got posters with my face on there.
So my sad wooden door was custom art that says "Be right back" in case I had to like run upstairs and go pee.
Your one screen you use for this is a be right back
There it is.
screen.
It is in case I have to run upstairs. This is "Be right back," and you know what? It's such a good screen that Jake uses the same one.
My
I
God,
do.
I had not noticed that.
I had neither.
What the fuck?
hell?
This whole time.
All right. Cool. All right, back to the game. So you
Yeah.
can have it too, Mikhail. Would you like, Keegan, would you like the I'll be right back screen?
No,
Oh, okay. Well,
I wanna be
I'll be cool
different.
for a second. But I guess not. Moving on.
it is pretty cool. But I don't know, I'm gonna tell her 3 because I think chat's right, and I think our memory is right, and there are 3. And if I'm wrong,
Cool.
then
Well,
whatever.
then you say there are 3 of them that we're waiting on, whether or not it's true. And
Yeah.
and she's like, well, when do you get them?
I have to wait until the auction finishes.
She seems a little upset by it and says, of course, there's nothing we can do while it's gone. Fine. Is there any other books around?
On this subject, no. But I mean, if you want to look at the other one, we can. But I don't think you'd be as interested.
Honestly, yeah, I would like to see any of them. If we can break the cipher for each of them, it might make it easier for breaking the cipher for all of them.
It does. And I don't know if Elliot brought the other one, but if not, then we'll like run and get it, I guess.
Elliot would have brought it if you guys were talking about the books, because he'd be like, book time.
Yeah.
So kind of like bring it over to whatever it is, and then so anyways, as kind of conversation.
I don't know if the others will stop us because they're like, oh, you can't do this for another 5 hours. No. But,
They might, but also I don't know how much more beyond the looking of the alchemy you guys would want to have at this point. So let's say eventually Gwen comes in and she's like, "Oh, the other book. I don't know if you noticed, but the sun went down some time ago, and maybe it's better if we all go somewhere more comfortable. I mean, I guess we could stay here, but it's not like anybody brought wine."
Yeah, Aldo
Look at
long
Aldo.
finished his. So,
Cole removes the spider web from one of his eyes.
oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't realize the sun had gone down. Yeah, I guess we could take this elsewhere.
Ashanti says, "That's fine. Hey Gwen, I'm just going to take the stuff so we can keep using it as the example, okay?" And Gwen's like, "Oh, yeah, sure. No, that's fine." And she's like, "Great. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you." And then starts moving some of those supplies into her bag.
Koa like watches Gwen's reaction because he's still also kind of horrified at how she was just like, I need an egg, but they only sell them in cartons at 12. Well,
Just spent $19 on eggs this morning.
Yep.
All right.
how many did you get? 40? 50?
4.
It's actually a 2.5 dozen pack, but
Yeah.
still really expensive. All right. Anyways, back to game. So you guys are grab the supplies, whatever it is. You say nothing, and Gwen closes up shop. She's like, "Don't leave without me." And she closes up shop, whatever it is. Koa, and I imagine you assist in this matter while everybody else is kind of like geeking out and talking. What's his name?
Koa would also, whenever everyone else is gone, point out the things that he was like, yeah, she took this, and this. Just
Oh, you
so
like
know.
while you guys are walking, like maybe hang back and have that
Yeah.
conversation. Okay, cool.
That way she doesn't go to like, because his imagination is like someone comes from like the hospital to like, we need this, and she hands them something that's like missing stuff, and she's like, I don't want
Yeah.
Gwen looking bad.
Yeah. So
Less about being a rat, more so about being like, hey, just so you know, you might need to refill this.
So while you guys are doing that cleanup or whatever, Elliot's also the kind of like friend, if you will, that grabs a rag and wipes things down while talking. So like the 3 of them are kind of like standing around talking, but Elliot as a 4th one is like actually doing stuff while talking, like mindlessly, while Koa is actively helping clean up or whatever it is. And then eventually you guys make your way out of there. And so when you guys are walking towards whichever establishment to go and continue talking or drinking, you're able to hang back at Gwen and you're like, "Hey," and I'll let you actually RP that out if you'd like, Wade.
Yeah, sure. Just so you're aware of what all was taken, I was watching in case it's overlooked. Ashanti grabbed some. I'll describe whatever was taken. That way, if someone else comes in to buy it, nothing's missing.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm sure she's just gonna use it for the experiments that we're doing anyways. She's taking a bunch of supplies for those experiments, so it makes sense so that we can crack that. it'd be helpful for you on the adventure.
Sure, yes, but also supplies are supplies, and I understand that they cost money. So if she uses them and they need to be replaced, I wanted to make sure you knew what exactly was taken.
She'll tell you like how sweet you are, but let you know it's like, think of it like an investment. I'm bringing the materials, she's helping to make the recipe, and then eventually I'll be able to sell the end product for profit.
That's fair. Again, I was less so worried about her taking it, more so just items being missing if someone else were to go and purchase it.
She gives you one last smile and then does one of those like, oh, it's cold out tonight, but then does that obvious like half step in for like the arm around, keep warm kind of, walking the way. And so as you guys are like walking with them,
Whenever she does that, whenever that happens, Koa will say, well, this reminds me, we need to have that dinner.
she's like, I can't believe I'm almost embarrassed that she, forgot or what have you. And then you guys start like talking to make plans or whatever that is. But also as you guys are walking, even though Koa walks really fast, she's so short that she walks, slow and is also not in a rush right now, despite how cold it is. So they end up like breaking away even further and getting like further away. So they end up getting into the establishment. You guys get like a few extra minutes of like alone chat time or whatever before you finally come in, which I'm sure is not unnoticed by anybody. But I also am sure that
Koa will walk as slow as Gwen wants to, because after sitting there for like however many hours listening to them talk alchemy, and now he's got a few moments alone with the girl he's got a crush on, it's like, oh my god, we could have been going to like make out peak or something. Instead, I'm about to go read this fucking book again. Yes, I'd rather freeze to death right now. This is so much better.
I'll make heat, baby. No. So again, I imagine nobody really draws attention to it or whatever when you come in. Even Aldo's not that immature. So my apologies. Aldo's like, ooh. No. So you guys
He does
come
like
in.
the remembering Benny walking into her shop, and Koa's like,
So when you guys come in and sitting down and ordering drinks or whatever it is, finally, let's say, Mikhail goes to pull out the book, and Elliot's like, whoa, no, don't, please.
Okay.
There's beer all over the table.
Oh.
Even if nobody spills by accident, and he like touches the table, and you like hear his hand unstick from it, he's like, maybe we shouldn't do that here. Good old conversation would be nice.
I guess I'll look over and see how Ashanti is reacting to that suggestion.
Yeah. She just shrugs and smiles and says, no, that's fine. It gives us an opportunity to get more familiar with one another. She goes, I'm interested in your family, she says, looking over at Aldo.
I will put the book away.
Aldo excuses himself, and he makes some small talk. He's like, oh yeah, and he starts like rambling on about just shit, and then he's like, I actually have to go. I have a dinner planned.
So I do want to hit you with a question. So right before you say I have to go, so you start rambling on in some details about your family, some basic shit that may be made up, whatever it might be, and she goes, hold on, like interrupts you, hold on, I'm gonna guess. She just gives you like a look. She's really thinking. She goes, don't show me yet. Do not take it out yet.
excuse me?
No, you don't strike me as silver. Is it cold iron? Tell me, is it Tasian stale?
Aldo just says, well, it's a good spot for me to keep you guessing. That way, we can meet up again, and I can have an excuse to fill you in.
She shakes her head and goes, "No, you got to be from the north. Anybody from the north likes to play coy. Yeah, you got to be from the north." She chuckling, and she's like, she looks to the rest of them, silver.
Aldo smiles and gets up and excuses himself.
Yeah, dinner plans or whatever it is.
Silver. That's Aldo. What? In character's like, what does that mean?
She looks at you like with genuine surprise. She goes, your own friend hasn't even told you about it? and she literally reaches into her so underneath her scarf and into like where her shirt is. Her scarf covered most of it, but also just happened to dip into her shirt somewhat. And so she pulls out a large piece of metal. But once she pulls it out and kind of like takes it off from, unclasps it so she can take it off from around her head. Actually, because she's indoors, she'll even slowly like remove. She's indoors, like in a crowded place where it's going to be warm as opposed to Gwen's shop, which would have been colder. She just takes off her shawl, and you can see like underneath her shawl. Now you can see her more accurately. She has like an olive brown skin color, brown eyes, and then her hair is like a medium to dark mid-length, hair. It's got a natural curve to it, like wave to it. So not straight, not curly. It's just like a natural wave to it. So she takes the shawl off or whatever, and she removes the necklace and puts it onto the table. And what you can see there is what looks to be a spearhead made out of like a unique looking metal, but not just like, oh, it's in the shape of a spearhead. No. It's literally the size of the head of a spear that she was wearing on a necklace around her neck. So this thing probably weighs like a solid pound. It's on like a well-made chain, but the chain itself, it's not like super thick. It's just well-made and probably of a finer material, like a stronger material. And she's wearing like a pound around her neck that, dropped in. So it hangs a bit lower, so it's more to the center of gravity. And so there's a spearhead there, and there's all sorts of ornate, beautiful designs that are carved into it. And she says, his heirloom.
Is there a check I can do to go, oh, I know what she's talking about. I don't know which one it would be.
You're too far from the south.
Knowledge Tazian Dale.
Yeah, exactly. You're for the south. Technically knowledge history, it's just a higher check.
I passed through there. Could I roll?
You actually could roll. Yes, knowledge history. I would say with Mikhail, if it's a 17 is the proper number, I would say that does not pass, but with Koa, it does. You are familiar. So Koa, the people of Taziendale, beyond the fact that, use of spear and shield style of combat is very common to them, so on and so forth. There are family heirlooms that are passed down to the what's the word I'm looking for here? Like the prominent child of the families. So when somebody has served their family with great honor and great service in combat, they usually have a personally crafted spearhead that they'll even use in combat, like not just like an ornate thing, something that's both ornate and has actually been used. And after that person dies, they'll pass it on. And so some families will have many different, spearheads from many different people that having served. And usually the next spearhead will take the same design of all the previous family spearheads, and then we'll add another design onto it. So usually a spearhead that you have that has less design to it, so the least designs that it is while being older, means that you come from a long family that has that you have followed the path of the most prominent members or important members of the lineage, right? So if like this is a 700-year-old thing, just making up a number, and so it's one of the original ones, and it kept going to the favorite child's favorite child's favorite child's favorite child's favorite child all the way to you. That's saying something. Whereas when you're looking at hers here, it is fairly ornate. So it's either, more recent, or she has a very old family. And so this is just somewhere down the line from a long while ago of a very old family.
Daddy's least favorite.
You would not know which. She was somebody's favorite because she received it. So either a parent or grandparent or something like that would have,
that's fair.
Uncle. But either way, so you can see that that's the case. Either that, or she earned it herself. But it's very unlikely that you would take your own functioning spearhead, drill a hole through it, and then wear it as a necklace. That'd be silly,
gotcha.
Right? Yeah. Anyways, cool. So you know those details, and so you don't know the caliber of it. So like looking at the amount of marking on there, that means shit to you beyond like, oh, there's enough markings to suggest this is an ancient family. But it's also not so marked up to suggest that this is like, you know what I mean? You're somewhere middling, if you will. But go ahead, if you say anything at all.
I don't remember what prompted this. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, she took it off and looked at it, and specifically Kiken said, "Can I roll to see what it is?" And I said, "It's going to be hard for you because you're from too far south."
Yeah. Oh, sure. Older family, I presume.
She gives a bit of a shrug and says, been around for a while, but anyways, from the south. And now I'm guessing your friend is from the north. Or, she says, watching the door as it shuts behind him. You know what I mean? Like his foot, trails out and shuts behind him. Or nobody likes him. And she says that, like, slyly, like, clearly that's not the case. He's very charming.
Koa will laugh. Oh. He won't say anything else. He'll just laugh. He's like, I could throw him under the bus, but nah.
I mean, just picking up context clues. It's an heirloom, so you've had it passed down. I don't know. He's never showed us one. I remember.
To be fair, he's to himself with a lot of things.
Yeah.
It's not unusual for people of my country. We've been at war with Paradel for a long while, and even before that, very reclusive, especially those of the south. We come from the mountains. Small towns that are very isolated will meet for trade, but there's no real large hubs or centers in the south, at least not anymore, not since they've been taken. So, but the north, though, they tend to be more aristocratic. She says, again, as like a nice way of putting something.
Koa will laugh and he'll, I could see Aldo being from the north.
Yeah.
She says, anyways, the heirloom, he might just not have one, which could be a sore spot if he's not talked to you about his family before. Maybe he's pissed somebody off, or maybe his family was severed from one of the old ones ages ago and nobody's earned one yet, and so on and so on. And she just kind of shrugs it away, like not to harp on it.
Yeah, he doesn't really like to talk about a lot of his personal stuff, so maybe it's just something he doesn't want to bring up.
What's his name? Elliot says, yeah, there's lots of things he doesn't want to bring up. Like the fact that he's from Taziendale. He says, like, looking at specifically at the two of you, trying to catch your eye. Like, do I say something? Or he leaves it alone. And she goes,
the fuck, Elliot?
He says it to the two of them, like, to say something. And she goes, well, he can do a perfect Perrin accent. I imagine it's something that he picked up from having to do some diplomatic work or having to pass to not get slaughtered by the armies. You know how awful the Del are.
All of these are probably questions best suited for him. Perhaps we should get back to what we do know rather than speculate.
No, that's fair.
My
Talking about
boy.
the Del just leaves a sour taste in your mouth. You can't get out no matter how much whiskey you drink. Speaking of, and she'll like raise a hand to order a round of shots. Just to...
Koa is now actually questioning whether Aldo's from Taziendale with all of this, because like he's so good at bluffing and lying that Koa's like, he doesn't really talk much. Maybe that's why he doesn't talk about it. He acts like he's Goldarian, but maybe he's actually from Taziendale.
Mikhail will try to answer Elliot by responding to her by saying he can do a lot of accents, actually. He's pretty talented at it. But he didn't tell us he was from Taziendale, but it sounds like he is.
Yeah, well, so reading what you're saying, reading between the lines, Elliot says, yeah, we got off on the wrong foot to start anyways. What do I know? And, moments later, the shot comes down and, everybody's attention will grab the shot and kind of turn to her to say like whatever the cheers might be.
We got forensic here. 3 books.
What did you say?
Forensics here. There were 3 books, 2 in good condition, 1 in bad.
Did he have any more information about what the book's filigree coloration was?
Can you read, you lazy shit, or do I?
Did he write the filigree?
It's the last comment, dude.
Mending won't help it. 8 silver and then spellbook.
Would help it.
Mending won't help.
Yeah, forensic. What filigree was on them? Do you remember?
I don't know that we were ever.
He said mending would help. It will help.
I think we asked the numbers. We were never told the numbers that were on them, right?
I think I just give you like I thought.
Yeah.
I think I even.
I didn't get the volumes.
Oh, okay.
I think we would have written them
I
down.
know you said the filigree, but
I confirmed they were not books that you already had. I was not doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So back
and
to
somehow those were some of the notes that never got posted.
Cool.
So
back to the game for here though. She says, what is it? To old books and new friends, kind of a thing, and take the shot, and you guys go into your evening. Is there any more RP you'd want to have with Ashanti at this point, or any details you want to try to grab from her beyond, obviously locking in this person in as somebody to continue to study with in the future?
What's her? I guess Koa would be curious what her motive is and all. Like, why does this all interest her so much? Obviously, she's into archaeology and stuff, but like, this seems very niche and specific for someone who might be more interested in stuff either from her own region or, like, why would old mole books interest her that much?
Would you kind of like, because you're trying to be friendly and trying to make conversation and just do anything to have those books not go back on the table? Would you do this early in the conversation, like early in the night before people get too intoxicated that, maybe...
Yeah, this would be like one of those friendly, like he would present in a friendly manner, like, so tell me, Ashanti, what makes you so interested in these books? Anyway.
Roll me a diplomacy check, and then I will answer your question one way or the other. Oh, she says, well, I'm an archaeologist. Do you know what that means? She says, not in a judgmental way, just genuinely asking.
To some extent, yes. I don't know the specifics, but obviously you go around and you find old hidden treasures and things to unlock, I guess, things about the past. But this seems far from where you're from and relatively niche, I would suppose. To us, they're incredibly valuable for whatever reason, but you seem more interested than I would expect, I suppose.
I'm an archaeologist, and I studied in Tasian history. History of my people, where we came from, how we rose and fell over the ages, and so on. But one of the things I discovered when I was back home was ruins that were strange or different from anything that I'd seen before. The architecture was different. All the different artifacts inside there. We're talking things like pottery, language. Everything was just so drastically different that we assumed it was some empire or something that maybe the Tasian would have overrun. But one of the other archaeologists I was collaborating with, they thought I was a fool and explains that this was just a part of, this was Mull. The Mull being a separate empire that, sure, it fell a long while ago, whereas Tasian Dale holds strong, was not in that region in force. So perhaps some sort of diplomatic outpost, whatever it might be. Anyways, while I was there, I came across some details that were interesting to me. And so I thought, hey, let me go look into this further, see how much they mingled with our people. And so I came down this way and continued to do my research down here. Now, the reason why I'm specifically interested in this is because I'm also an alchemist. I was a trained alchemist. I know my ins and outs of the craft, and I was told there's a book that can teach another way to expand your knowledge in alchemy through what the Mull were doing. Well, that's a combination of both my loves, archaeology and alchemy. How could I pass it up?
That book makes sense. I was more so referring to the other book, and then obviously there's a large encyclopedia of books that don't all focus on alchemy, so it was more so just the general spread of information here rather than the specifics on alchemy.
She says, just interest. What were their interactions with Tasian Dale back in the day? We have no record of that I've been able to find. Granted, I don't have the kind of connections that can go into the old libraries in the north and access, what records might be there. So rather than trying to find an old book in a well-maintained building, try to find an old book in an old dilapidated building, she says, and kind of like playfully sipping looking at you over the brim of her mug.
Well, maybe one day we'll ask. He says, smiling at the end, like not finishing his thought, because he's like, I'm probably sharing more than I should, but he's gonna talk about like the ghost, but he's like, no, I won't. So he played it off like a joke. Maybe one day we'll ask.
She chuckles at that and says, well, that's what I do. Whenever I go to a place that I'm studying, an ancient place, sometimes you just sit there and you literally you talk to the statues, you talk to the walls, you talk to the artifacts, like, tell me your secrets. And sometimes they do, in their own way, right?
Actually.
Yeah. The writings that you find that will give you some details, or maybe a different type of art that you had noticed beforehand. Sometimes you can see that literally the way that the brick is laid, or that the stone is laid together, the slight change in the archaeology can tell you what impressions were brought to that design, what era it erected it, under which rule it happened to put in that place. And this is something I understand better in Tazian Dale. In the with Mull, she shrugs. It all looks the same to me. Like, every building, how it's constructed, they're all so uniform. It's like one blueprint was made, not of actual layout, but one blueprint.
Oh, it looks
of how
disappointed when she says not
rock.
actual layout. He's like, oh, I was hoping we already knew where the traps were. He's like remembering all the chalk on the stairs.
Yeah.
She says of how the walls are formed and so on, and everybody stuck to that very faithfully that I've seen so far.
Yeah, like it's like a template or something. Yeah, they're an interesting sort. Oh, speaking of studying and visiting, what brought you to a deer?
She said that.
I meant more specifically, is there a certain site that you're hoping to get to, or discovery or thesis you're trying to prove, anything like that?
What relations did Tazian Dale have with the Mull?
Oh, like very specifically that.
You don't have
got it.
If you're going to write a thesis, you're not going to do it on a broad topic. You're going to have something that you can really, knuckle into. Now, I understand that I might have to mature that as time goes, but you have to earn a name for yourself.
Girl goes look for Aldo to mouth the word thesis. Like he's bored and sees Aldo's gone. He's like, I'm truly alone.
Well, that's what you think. But see, this has been a little while later. And at this point, the door bangs open like Kramer in Seinfeld. Oh. All of a sudden, you look over and who do you see?
Billy!
It's Billy. He looks over at Elliot. He's like, slap my ass and call me Karuk. Is that you, Elliot? he heads on over.
Hearing the voice,
Holy
Elliot's
shit,
head slumps. His shoulders kind of go up. His head slumps down. His face starts to flush. He's like, "Oh shit, no." It's funny because you while that's happening, you said that line, and what's her name? Gwen will actually use you mouth thesis. She's like, I forgot to turn my fan on, so my camera went dark.
Gwen turned off the light.
Stream's over.
Thesis, and Gwen
fucking timer
disappears.
Gwen dies. No. She says, have you ever heard of the ship of Theseus? Boom! Door slams open, and what's his name comes over. All right, I'll turn that on in about a minute.
I thought you were just doing some kind of stunt to be like, someone cast darkness. And now,
I like how it looks like Scott froze throwing the dice, and the rest of us are looking down, disappointed.
My heat has been in my office all day because I started having a client call at it was a little after 8 in the morning. Damn Europeans and their time zones. But
why did my stream freeze for a second? Why did I have to do you want to refresh? That's bullshit.
I did earlier.
No drop frames. All right. Anyways, so cool. Back to game. So you come over, Billy. What do you do?
I just start immediately talking to Elliot. I'm going up, putting my arm around him, and I'm like, "Oh, you got any more jobs for me, Elliot?" The last one really turned out well.
That has the table's attention. Who looks over? Gwen nudges you to introduce you to somebody that you seem to know, Koa. But while that's happening, Elliot says,
Wait, Gwen introduces me to Billy? Does she
no,
already know
Gwen
Billy?
nudges you to introduce her to somebody that you seem to know, because you don't look at him with surprise. You look at him like, oh, you recognize who he is. But before you,
Oh, I
can
thought
do that-
Koa was surprised. I don't think he was expecting to see Billy.
Oh, you may be
barge in.
surprised, but you know, like as he makes
Oh,
his way
okay.
over, you clearly know who. Yeah. So it is before you do that, though. So she nudges you, but as she nudges you, Elliot says, "No more."
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Well, what are we celebrating here today, eh?
Koa's like dumbfounded. Is like, I don't know what game we're playing, and I don't know how to play.
Well, first, everyone, this is Billy. And Billy, that's Guinevere, that's Ashanti. We were actually doing some studying earlier. Now we're just relaxing.
He like looks over at you and his eyes narrow and he's like, Mikhail, I didn't even see you there. How you doing, buddy? Like comes over and like sits next to you.
Said hi to you.
Oh, sorry, I only had eyes for Elliot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, not hard to look away, right? He's not even dancing right now.
Not yet, but the night is young.
I'm sure you can convince him. Kind of nudge Elliot.
Yeah. Everybody looks at Elliot.
Now that you're sitting over there, by the way, just to give one more detail to you as you're looking over to Elliot. Now that you're sitting next to her, when she took off her necklace, they couldn't see because the angle where they were, or maybe they just kind of distracted looking at the necklace and the door banged open and all that stuff. But where her hair is kind of like pulled back now that her shawl is off and the necklace has been removed and how she's kind of like moved things out of the way, you can actually see that she has on the side of her throat around to the back of her neck and whatnot, she actually has strange iconography tattooed onto her. And to somebody who doesn't know what this iconography is, it just simply looks like a tattoo of the blazing sun. So it's like a really cool like sun, reaching, like blazing on the back of her neck and reaching around to the side of her neck's tattoo. But the others hadn't seen it yet. It's just Billy coming over and sitting down, noticing it as your attention's kind of like moving around or whatever it is. And then you guys turn to Elliot, and Elliot just says, maybe we should turn our attention to a bit more joy. Mikhail, you want to play a little music and we can all get in the spirit of dance, he says, trying not to be too thrown off by Billy's arrival.
Since when do you need music?
Well, I at least need a beat.
No, I think that's more Koa's thing.
Oh,
Okay. He's literally sitting there like,
Holy shit!
Gwen's here. Performance is at peak.
yeah, nice.
So
And then
Aldo
got the-
like
he's got the
Aldo
drums
almost
watching
like
buff.
with the empty things, he like throws them off the table. He's like, up on the table, Elliot.
Yeah. No. Like jokes aside, you get a beat going and it gets some people's attention around, and you actually put on a decent performance. So you're like, up on the table, and he goes to like jump up on the table. A couple people just out of interest. Some people just watching, some people not. Some people also start like hitting the table to the same beat that is now set by Koa as it's going, or at least doing a simple following the bass, if you will. Beat is like doof, doof. So like a bit more of a rattling that's happening. And so it's getting some more attention that's happening here. Now, I don't know, Mikhail, if with all the attention coming this way and then people seeming to be in the mood of music, I don't know how well you can resist. It's like fucking crack. You're sitting here. It's
Yeah.
like, I don't know, man.
It's like Scott when he
Oh.
looks at those tall man shoes inserts.
The fuck? What? I am
Can't resist.
5'11" without inserts.
Okay.
Okay, maybe because I'm 40.
I believe you, Scott.
I'm almost
I really
40 now.
sincerely
I
do.
might be 5'10" and 3/4 because of compression of 40 years of knowing fucks like you. But
No, but Mikhail is very, very tempted, and eventually, he's gonna start playing.
yeah. So for
Resist
dance,
as long as he can.
So first the dance. So he goes up there and to the beat, he just starts dancing. Doing his dance, which I will roll a die for. Oh, I did not roll well, but he has a good modifier. So he ends up getting a 14 total, so not a great dance. So it just the beat that's going on there. He's up there and he's not doing the most impressive of dances on the table. And he'll be like, come on, this isn't much of a beat. There's all this shit on here. Mikhail, give me a tune, he says. And then like
Goalie's into Gwen is like, you're gonna absolutely love this.
Well, since you asked so nicely, then yeah, I'll start playing.
okay,
What song do you lead off with?
He's going to jump off the table, so he no longer is trying to fight around, glasses
this is
being
clearly
picked
a
up and moved out of
Dan.
the way.
This has to be Dan.
Oh, he's honestly probably just doing something to accompany the beat and like something kind of just like off the
It's
top.
the song flute dude made you do.
Just to be clear, that's a 21.
Oh, because aid. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
But because I was thinking about it, like I don't think he wants to draw a bunch of attention by playing the hits right now. So he's just kind of improving something to Koa's beat and to accompany the dance. It's none of our like.
Yeah, we don't
hits.
want to draw attention. Elliot on the table, Koa drumming, Mikhail playing.
I don't want it to be like, look, it's the valiant few right now.
Which establishment are we even in?
Yeah.
The one with drinks and people and tables.
All right.
Yeah. So it's not the one where we know people
In the
like
heart
us.
of the Guard Empire, or like more on the fringe?
No. Well, kind of on the edge of both because her place is near where there's guards, but you guys would not intentionally try to stay too close to that.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, because I don't know the exact crowd. I'm like, I don't want to just be like, hey, look, it's your ops. Not right now.
Cool. So you're doing that, and I will roll again for his dancing with. Oh my god!
They'll probably still figure it out. What did
I
you roll?
rolled
One.
that one. So he does not do a very good dance. You're trying to put on the song here, and he's trying to be impressive and tries to do a dance. And so he dances or whatever it is, and he actually will go over to Ashanti and put out a hand to invite her. Probably because he's looking for a crutch because he realizes how bad his dancing is. He can't seem to.
You are
get into
flute
the
duding
rhythm.
Elliot right now.
I rolled a nat one. So
Literally
Mhm.
flute
Oh,
duding
this-
it, man.
This is perfect though. When he does put his arm out for Ashanti, it's not Ashanti who grabs his hand. It's
Yes.
fucking Billy.
Oh, that's even better.
That's what I was hoping
I
you'd
was
do.
literally about to say, and she goes, no, thanks, no, thanks. And so as she reaches up her hand to say no thanks, before she even embarrasses him with getting that out of the way, instead Billy says, I will, or whatever. Oh. Okay, does that mean you're going to roll a perform dance there, sir?
Yeah, my checks are not as good as Elliot, but hopefully we don't roll.
I mean,
that one
I rolled
here,
a
hey?
nat one, bro.
Ooh, good lord.
You,
Oh, poor Elliot.
oh my God.
Hey,
Lord.
they're dancing in tandem, so that's an assist to Elliot.
Wow. Yeah, it's a +3 to
You're
Elliot.
trained? Holy crap.
Oh, you have a point in perform dance?
Yeah, I did it specifically for Elliot.
Are you kidding me? It's one of those things. So the
Nope.
song that Mikhail's playing is a song that he sometimes often heard him kind of like fiddling to, just kind of to himself when he's maybe guarding at night or just tuning his lute or whatever it is. Is a song that you've heard him play enough times that you're familiar with it, even if you weren't prior. So it's very easy for you to fall into the correct rhythm. That and Koa only knows 2 beats, so. Since you know that song, you know one of Koa's 2 beats. It was very easy to play it up very well. Whereas,
You make fun of Koa, but he always rolls well on his perform check.
yes,
Like fucking Strix. When Strix would do stupid shit, it always worked out.
and you know what? And you know what? Fucking oh shit! I can't even think of the name of the bands. Enter Sandman.
Metallica.
Metallica also does their same 3 beats very well too. Very well. All 3 of them over and over.
AC/DC?
Yeah, or AC. Yep, sure. But you get the idea.
Same power chords. They're dope though.
So either way, back to the game. Elliot doesn't know the marriage between these two, and he's just fucking up. And you're just going out there and it's not that your dance is like insanely good or is skilled. Like he clearly has much more technique than you, but he's putting it off. He's going very, very, very poorly. He's more or less coming off like Ray Gun right now. Whereas
Ooh.
God, I think you could outperform Raygun.
Yeah,
Poor man.
Have you seen the video of the people that, or at least the last round person that Raygun beat to qualify for the Olympics?
I didn't even consider that had to have happened.
Yeah, so I saw the video of that girl dancing,
Mm.
and on one hand, the dancing was significantly better than Raygun. On the other hand, perhaps Australia should wait another couple decades before trying to break dance outside of Australia. Like, turn off the cameras, do not put it on the internet, give it a couple decades of figuring it out.
You just don't understand Jake's culture.
That's right. Well said.
Yes.
They probably just need to import more black people, you know.
Yeah,
The point of breakdancing in Australia is
I'll give
actually
it
to
some free
dodge
housing or
spiders
something.
and snakes. It's not pre-performative. It's the survival technique.
Keegan, I want you to think of the exact words that you said, but now imagine if I were the one to say those exact words.
That's why I said it that way. This
Okay,
is fun
yeah,
for
I
me.
I was like,
Hey, look, I got freedoms disappearing left and right. The only thing I can do is troll my nice white friends, okay?
oh, Jesus. Okay. I've just been watching my senator fight for everybody's, rights against banks and creditors and whatnot. And I love you, Lizzie. I wish you were our president, but
That's
oh boy,
nice.
it's an uphill battle that she's losing. So, anyway,
It is. It's the opposite here. I don't know how else to put it. It's
Yep.
not going great.
Yeah. Your senators are fighting to take them all. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on, back to game. So back to distract ourselves from the travesties of the real world.
Right?
So, oh God, you guys keep distracting me. So anyways, even though your character is not extremely well technically trained, you definitely have skill and you are playing it up very well. So much so that people are like cheering you on, and then it just becomes this like whole concert, if you will, where the two of them are dancing. You're absolutely crushing it. They're playing in music or whatever it is. The whole thing ends up like Ashanti ends up getting up and dancing with Billy because he's so good. She comes over and starts dancing with Billy.
He and Aldo are going to become a couple.
Clearly.
Too many hits today, man.
Wait, how old is she?
She's human, and if you had to guess, if
Yeah.
you're that kind of person to just judge a woman's age, she's probably about 30.
Age range. Okay.
Oh, she's probably about Aldo's age. That's crazy.
Right. I just didn't have a complete picture of her in my head yet. So
So either way, so yeah, she's about 30 years old, and anyways, so she gets up and ends up dancing with him, and so Elliot does come over and does try to get what's her name, Gwen to dance with him. And again, this just plays into the natty one where he goes over and tries to get Gwen, but also trying to play up the fact that Billy came and took his hand last time. He then turns and tries to playfully shy away Koa's attempt to dance with him instead, but Koa never actually tried, and it becomes this like weird, awkward exchange where he was playing a joke that Koa was like, "What is happening?" And then Gwen also turned him down. So he ends up kind of disappearing into the crowd and not returning for a while afterwards. And when he does, he sits down and enjoys the performance. So
If it gets to a point where there's no longer drums, would Gwen dance with Koa?
I imagine if there is some moment where she's enjoying it very well and Mikhail being as perceptive and whatnot as he is, he realizes it's time for a key change. He 100% can do that, do a key change, set a mood, and she will get up and dance with you. And since Aldo already has a partner, might as well do-si-do.
Woohoo!
But I imagine Billy is not as good at the that kind of dancing. I don't know.
Can't wait to hear Mikhail sing "Where'd you come from? Where'd you go?
That's what I've been picturing this whole
Jesus.
time.
Where'd you come from, God Night Joe?"
They fucking made a square dance when I was in elementary school.
I think I had
Made
this as
you?
well.
It wasn't optional?
No.
I also had to learn the
No, it was
salsa
not.
for Spanish class. I had to square dance as a kid. I had to salsa in Spanish class in high school.
Damn.
Where do you guys live? Oh,
Midwest, dude.
States.
I forgot your schools don't educate people. My apologies.
Oh,
Oops.
okay.
Hey, that's the letters for the state I'm in.
Well,
Not living up to it.
OH. Okay.
So just O.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It's like the first thing people say when they go to our states.
Next,
Probably not very confident.
to me, they say, "Where's the skyline chili?" But
okay.
Here they say, I'm going to park my car. It's like, good luck.
I thought they said, "I remember that class. It's right between recess and lunch."
Aren't your folks like the Dunkin' Donuts people?
Shh, shh, shh. No. That's a Canadian company. You shut your fucking mouth. So,
What are like 100 Bostonians going to tear down your walls?
come on, guy, I gotta go to Dunkies. Let's go.
All right. So, do we ever actually perform the hits, or do we stick with the generics tonight?
Well, so you guys get your dance in or whatever it
Yeah.
is. And so there's that moment where you play it up for long enough before it gets like too awkward or whatever.
Turns into a slow dance.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do you end up, because, he's setting a different mood, put on a full-blown fucking concert? Because, again, unfortunately, Mikhail is really good. And so it's easy for him to capture an audience, especially when you are in a place where people are, A, drinking, and B, have been cooped up all winter long. Like winter is now coming to a close. This is excitement for them. It's either this or seasonal depression where you stab your counterpart.
Why not both?
Right.
Okay. Or that.
Por qué no los dos? Yeah.
So by the way, would you go and hit one of the greatest hits, Keegan, or no?
Mikhail would. Yeah, he has trouble like turning down. Like at this point, he's like in flow state. He's like, dude, I got him. Everybody's listening.
Downside,
Let's fucking go.
Beltran and stuff might hate it if he hears about it. Good side, we are stirring up love with more of the community.
Yeah.
Yep. He says, I'm what the culture's feeling. Yeah, that's what you're trying to say. Okay, I gotcha.
Oh, should I troll the crowd a couple times first? Like do the first few notes
God.
of the Valiant Few, and then be like, I probably shouldn't.
Like whenever we saw Darude perform and he teased Sandstorm like 6 times and never played it, we were all pissed.
Ooh. Yikes.
I think
I'm
he's
not gonna do
making a
that.
more recent reference. Like, I don't know, 3 days ago, recent reference.
I don't know, was that long?
But
yeah.
all right, cool. So,
but no, I'll eventually hit the Valiant Few, and then Dan after that.
I just realized
as people are getting more drunk.
you guys need to come up with some sort of an insult for Beltran, and then you have to just get like a giant white gold or platinum chain with a whole bunch of diamond studs over it. That is representative iconic. Of
Already
that
got
insult.
it. We have a song called Belch Ran Away.
And it's an image of somebody burping.
It's about Beltran running away from the fight the first time that we encountered like the 10 lashes. We call it Belch Ran Away. But everyone hears Beltran away. And the whole song's just insulting this guy that was a coward.
Yeah, bravely ran away.
Belch ran away.
So which song are you doing? My apologies. And I'm
Diving
gonna have you
leads.
roll.
Both. He said,
Valiant Few and then Dan.
Sure. I'll let you just roll for this performance and hopefully you crush it.
And we'll see.
So because he's doing the core song,
Nope.
because he's doing the core song, were you
No.
playing with him, Wade?
I don't know. Well, not if he's dancing with Gwen.
Well,
He's not-
he'd be dancing.
Well, see, in my mind, and I don't want to disrupt your own, story here. I don't see either Dan or the Valiant Flu being dancing songs. You know what I mean? Like they seem more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're more like chanting, like,
Yeah,
okay.
one's more of like that kind of like drinking song style, and the other one's more of like I feel being a bit more epic.
Well, I didn't help very much with Valiant Few. This is the drunken part.
This is great news. You guys are playing the Valiant Few, but it's so poor nobody knows it's you.
Just
So you
wait
guys
till
end
we-
It,
we're
it
both
fits
gonna
with
nat 20.
what someone said earlier, right?
Yeah.
Someone said that there's been that song going around, and then everyone who played it was really bad.
Yeah, I mean,
That's true.
so first you put on the Valiant Few, and people are like, you're kind of losing the crowd, and so you try to put on Dan, and like people are excited to like sing along with Dan because they love that song. Like it is a huge fan favorite. It's been around long enough to do so.
We're
But
rolling
like
for Dan.
they're singing along to it, but like their attentions are clearly waning. Like once that song's over, you know, like the vibe has passed. They're only holding on long enough for that one.
We got to
song.
roll for Dan.
No, you rolled for the performance.
We rolled for Valiant Few. You rolled a performance before. You're like, roll again for your performance.
I said performance for several songs, and then you roll one more for just 2 more songs. That's
No,
fair.
I disagree. Dan is too big of a song.
They're both equally big. He rolled huge on both of them.
Mikhail would probably play. He'd probably, because I mean, he's had enough experience. He's bombed before, especially after drinking a lot. So once he's like near the end of Dan and just realizing that he's like kind of flubbing it, he would kind of lean into the flubs and try to make it a little bit more funny now that everyone's kind of winding down. That it's just that it is pretty bad. It's like just like messing up certain notes at the same time, or like singing a little bit poorly, like how some people in the crowd might be, and just like let it sort of peter out as people start to like sit down, so that rather than being booed, it just kind of ends. But other than that, yeah, he's clearly not happy with how that he's like pretending that it's like, this is funny, we're having fun, but he's not happy with the fact that his performance went badly.
And you try to pull out as best you can. It peters off, so on and so forth. Mikhail afterwards is totally telling himself that, you know, he leaned into it or whatever it is. But, you know, in truth, that's just, you know, I'm sure when he's alone at night in his room, he's going to cry to himself, hugging his knees, knowing I fucked up. Or not, because he's a sociopath. And so no, he's not narcissistic. So never mind, I take that back.
No.
But either way, cool. So
does have an ego though. He does have an ego though.
Yeah.
So he'll remember this when he's going to sleep, like randomly. Just be like, man, I remember that
Thankfully,
fucking time I
Koa
bombed
was
in
very
front of
humble
everything.
to balance it out.
Was that?
Oh, true.
Thankfully, Koa was very humble to balance
Oh
it
yeah,
out.
yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, so moving on. So when you guys get continuing on, you guys are you know, finish the song or whatever. Zao kind of drops down, and so it was one of those like everybody calms down, whatever it is, sits down at the table, and eventually it's one of those. Well, it's getting late. Maybe it's time to, you know, head out.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, good call. I don't think we expected to get into all of this tonight, but on the bright side, no one will know it was us performing.
What's her name, who's relatively new to the region, says that's a bright side.
It is right now.
Yep, at the moment.
She's like,
Head
I'm
out.
either too drunk for that to make
Where
sense.
are we heading to?
She looks at you and says, "Oh, you want to keep going?"
What? All yous are done already?
And she shakes her head and says, "Oh no, I can keep going." She's like, "Tazian women are built like rocks."
Yeah, maybe
It's
you're built different.
Genuinely put off
I've,
for a second. He's like, "Oh, I've never
I've
seen
had
a rock
enough.
drink. All right, let's see what you got, eh?"
Billy's like, I'll test my
Never
chisel
seen a
against
rock
that.
drink.
What's her name? Gwen says, I've had more than I do in months tonight. I'm good. Yeah, it's kind of a rough neighborhood," she says, "but I'm sure I can get home safely."
Oh no, I'll make sure you get home safe.
What? Oh, thank you, Koa.
Like it was any question.
And
Like,
there's a
I
moment
hate
where
to go home alone.
there's a moment where what's her name, Ashanti, full on gives Billy a look, like gives Billy like a look, like you heard that, right? And so they say their goodbyes and they'll be able to head out, right? The hanging behind Mikhail, what do you do?
Mikhail does not hang behind. he hangs just long enough for those two to get out, and then he excuses himself.
Yeah, you got to excuse yourself. Elliot's going to be like, "Yeah, it's getting late. More research
Yeah.
tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, and more medicine, you know?
More research when there's more books.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you'll be one of the first to know if you're in town.
Elliot just kind of like shakes his head because he didn't keep drinking too much after things didn't work out so well for him. He just shakes his head because he's probably the most sober one there and says, aside from the two that left, probably the most sober one there, and says, she didn't even finish the first one. And then just but she's drunk. So, you know, obviously she's being a little silly. And yeah, he'll go to leave with you.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back home. Not home, the inn.
I picture Mikhail and like Elliot
We're
in
on the
different
floor.
rooms, both crying for different reasons.
Right? Oof.
It's like we can keep each other company tonight.
They do like the split screen. They both at the same time. It's like, my performance was so bad.
Right? No, like literally, like once we get out, Mikhail will go, everybody's got an off night eventually, right?
Is it really that bad? You didn't have to bring it. Good night, Mikhail.
He goes, I was talking about mine. What did you not hear it?
Now I'm seeing the split screen, and it's like, because it's a musical, it's literally one of them singing about how bad it was, the other one's dancing to how bad it was, like full on musical style. Anyways, cool. So that leaves behind Ashanti and Billy, who continue to drink or whatever it is, and that's a funny one because what ends up happening is they drink and party much longer, and like during the course of that evening, eventually the two of them end up like making out, but then she just kind of like comes to her senses and she's like, whoa, I have had entirely too much. I'm gonna call it a night. It's nice meeting you, Billy. And then excuses herself from the scenario.
Well, Billy's well on his way, so he's going to just continue drinking and dancing the night away.
Jesus.
Shit.
Oh. Later on, somebody's sweeping the floor and finds a leg out from under the table, and they're like, "Oh, he's still here." Oh.
Pretty much.
I wonder how many times Aldo has been robbed in his life, or if he only brings exactly as much as he anticipates.
Aldo
spending.
does not bring much out, and he tries to scam drinks every time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
People end up robbing him and they steal bills where they end up owing money. What did I come out with? That?
Why does this have my name on it?
They go back to give it back into his pocket. He's already snuck out the window. Like the Hamburglar. Anyways. So yeah, you guys are go your own separate ways. So eventually you do walk Gwen home, and you've actually never gone to her house before, like by, but never to. But she actually is going to invite you in if you want to go inside. And it's one of those, invite you in. Just a quick rundown of her house. It's very simple. She does have a very scant amount of artifacts that you'll eventually notice if for a long time is spent there. That clearly came from Malta, and these items look like they could be of value, or maybe they're just foreign to you, so they look valuable to you, but you don't understand really what they are. So scant.
Where is her
artifacts.
house? Is it like in an okay part of town, or?
It's not very far from her shop. So again, it's a part of town that's not bad. It's near the hospital, so there's definitely crime activity or whatever is around there. So it's not bad, because even though it's not the best part of town, there are still guards around there.
Okay, so it's like the middle class of Hodwin.
Yeah, if you will. Yeah.
Okay.
Even though that region is narrowed to like razor thin with how the guards have all kind of relocated recently, but yes, if you will. So anyways, so it's very, very plain otherwise. She has not really much by way. More or less going to her house, if you even want to call it that. It's not like a full-blown house. It's like, a small apartment or whatever, like a larger apartment, small area that she lives in. It's like visiting a dude's apartment. Like, dudes' apartments have like no decoration. They have like table, chair, couch, TV, bed, like, but no actual, there's no like pictures or or like anything on the walls. There's no like specific shelf dedicated towards books nobody's reading.
Ko
and
is
knickknacks.
18. I don't know if he's been to someone's house that has their own decorations.
Oh, that's not
Most
true. I'm
of
sure
his
you-
rendezvous are like barn floors or like the farmer's daughter's house. It's not like, a woman of culture. Thank you for having me over for a good fucking.
No, a low-end noble that just needs a young stallion to ride. I could totally see Koa absolutely filling that role.
Yeah, probably not one that had their own house.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, or maybe they were just renting a nicer inn which has decorations already built inside of it, right? But either way, your point is taken. So either way, it is very simple, very, very, very simple. Which, on the flip side, maybe that's because of her persona, or from what you know of the Maltese people that you met beforehand, they are generally fairly simple, not simpletons, but like they have what they need to get by and don't really go too far extravagant beyond that. So it's simple in there. Anyways, she does invite you in, so on and so forth. And without necessarily having to get into the RP, she actually does invite for your character to spend the night. But to be clear, while Koa's hopes might get up, she invites for him to spend the night, but not in a an amorous way beyond, canoodling.
This is the like they have sweaty palms. They go to hold hands. Like, oh my god, we accomplished it. This is gonna be horrible though, because by the time they do decide to go to like any base, they're gonna go so hard and heavy that the fucking honeymoon phase is gonna be so distracting for both of them. Too much tension. The tension build is too much.
Anytime he critical hits a bad guy, it's going to be because he just wants to get back to
Yeah, he's like, I'm so sorry, Beltran, but I gotta make this quick. I've got a dinner date at 6. I think we're going to get laid tonight.
Could you stop bleeding on me? I didn't bring a second shirt. All right. Anyways, so cool. Your character ends up spending the evening there, but again, nothing over the top or what have you. It's literally just, and I do mean, just to be clear, just to paint the picture clearly for those listening. She invites for you to stay in her room, even like into her bed with her, but she's wearing nightgown, etc. Cool. So the next morning, well, we don't even need to get to the next morning. We can kind of jump cut after this. That was in the past, if you will. So when you're going forward in time and you're looking at when he came in and you're talking to Lander and to all that shit that happened at the bank and so on and so forth, even though that was the only time Koa had spent the night there, absolutely he would afterwards be going to her and being like, I don't mean to be overstepping my boundaries, but do you have money in that bank? Because that was something that you were kind of like contemplating whether or not Koa would do beforehand. But, and I, again, don't want to put words in your mouth, but it does make, it does, like, I could see him being a bit more invested or having a bit more daringness to broach on that topic with her. We don't need to RP it out, but do you approach her about that?
I think, assuming the other two would be okay with it, Koa would.
Yeah.
Like, unless they had some kind of objection, I think he's the kind of
no issue.
Yeah, he probably would.
Okay. So she would inform you that she's like, thank you for the warning. I do. Everybody uses the bank. I do. And then she would go and check out the situation, and she does come back, and she looks very downtrodden, like looking down, kind of to the side, kind of avoiding, so on and so forth. But eventually, obviously, you would have to broach the topic and be like, do I need to break their legs, or however Koa would say it. And she'd be like, I'm sorry to say this, but they didn't do any of that to me. Sorry.
Oh, Koa looks at like a big sigh of relief. Like, he probably almost even like smiles. That's good, because if they had, I would have gone in there and destroyed them all right now. So, thank God for that.
She flushes at like the idea of like how quickly you were to defense, like likes the idea of it. But then the flush kind of goes away quickly as she realizes, that means murder everybody. And so she's trying to balance between the two of, he just means that like hyperbole. Definitely. And
He's
there's
like, should I be concerned? Sees an ab. Nah, he's just a teddy bear. He's just a teddy bear. Also, I need to grind some cheese.
Koa does that thing where he like every time he walks through the back doorway in her shop from like the front area where the clients are in the back area where things are stored, he always grabs the door frame, just kind of hangs there so his shirt comes up just enough that the bottom couple abs are showing.
Does
Just
she
like,
always make Koa use the back door? All right.
right.
Well, now we have the.
I like how
bank
you
thing.
added doorway to try to like dodge that. It just didn't work at all.
I said something earlier. I can't remember what it was, but I ended up using the word fallacy in a conversation where we were oh, that's right. Because my mother was talking about circumcisions earlier. And so we were talking about like cultural evolution, how that's becoming less common and so on and so forth. And so my mom was like, no, but you had to do them because otherwise you get more diseases. And I'm like, no, Mom, that's a fallacy. And then Brittany was like, ha! And I was like, what? Oh, it's Wednesday. I'm doing the thing where I'm saying the things and not realize I'm saying. Anyways, cool.
Okay, Scott, we're not so different, you and I. And that's one of the best nice compliments I can give. Forensic.
By that, you mean we're nubile, sexy, vigorous.
Let's just quit while we're
Men.
both ahead.
Okay.
Weak sauce? Yeah,
Alright.
so was your attempt. Make me do that.
All right. Moving on. So either way, we can jump cut to the Lander conversation for you. More stuff with the book. You guys are able to spend some more time with the book, I imagine, because it's so boring as fuck. Koa and Aldo kind of avoid that scenario, which means there's limited interactions between your two characters and Ashanti for a while, which kind of, make sense or whatever. But there is, she does occasionally ask, I say once or twice ever in the, couple weeks that have passed since then, she does ask where's your Tazen friend? And it's like, oh, he's just kind of around, he does his own thing, so on and so forth. And it's kind of like dejected because she was hoping to catch up with him, but never ends up happening. And the dinner
I'd tell Aldo when I see him, of course. Be like, yo, Ashanti was looking for you. You might, but that's it.
The dinner date with Gwen never ended up transpiring yet because of conflicting schedules. But jumping forward, Lander, let's get this conversation out of the way, and then I had another important thing, and then we had a couple other tasks. So so now we're done with the past. Everything's now here moving forward. So this is post-bank, post-audit stuff, et cetera, et cetera. You wanted to go meet with Lander. So when you finally reached out to him to be like, oh, I'd love to, catch up, whatever it is. He's like, yeah, I'd be more than happy to do so. And even suggests a place for you guys to go. And the location that he suggests, it's one of the ones that's, it is a nicer establishment. Definitely a bit more money, well established, so on and so forth. That used to be in, as Wade was saying, more the middle class part of town, but was triaged for where guards usually are situated. So it's actually outside of the well guarded region. So he chose a shop, like a place to go eat that would be nicer, but like you can imagine, it's kind of degraded a bit as the business isn't as high, as people with money aren't visiting there as often, since people without are being put in more pressure on them. So there's more crime. Both A's, there's less guards around to stop it, and B, because times are getting tougher, and so people will do what they need to do to survive, right? Especially in the winter. So anyway, so he invites you to this location, and when you go check it out there, Aldo, I'm going to have you describe yourself in a moment, but when you go to check it out, you can see that the place it's only been a few months, is well maintained still, but it is quiet in there. Let's say there's 20 some odd different places where you can sit to be served, because it's a nice place, so it's less about volume and more about the price of the people that arrive. There's 3 tables sat when you definitely expect there to be more. How does your character go dressed to meet with Lander?
He would probably go in the courtier clothes. So he looks quite good. Yeah, definitely clean himself up for this dinner. Especially going through Yvance before as well. He knows the class structure there, and he'll almost match that. A lot of his clothes, especially since we've had the downtime, and he's been managed, he's wanted to. Actually, no, he's wearing the courtier clothes, so they wouldn't be in golden colors. Yeah, so he's just in the courtier clothes.
Sure.
So he does look good, but they're not custom or anything.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Awesome. So you are go to meet with him, and it's one of those things where you show up for, I imagine on time or close enough to it, and you sit down, and he actually is going to be a bit late. So you end up being there prior to him, but there's a reservation because even though open table is a reservation, and they sit you down, and he comes in. You imagine it's probably a combination of fashionably late and the guy literally walks with a cane. So
yeah.
You move a bit slower in the wintertime when you have a cane. That's just what it is. And so when he does come in and he removes his like travel cloak or whatever it is and puts it down and comes over and he is, well dressed. As described beforehand, he's comfortably well dressed. Like his clothes are fine and they're, in great condition. But they're not necessarily brand new. These aren't like I've only worn this once or twice ever. These are I've only worn this a couple dozen times ever kind of situation. Either way, so he comes in and he walks, obviously would stand to greet him, and he'd be like, thank you for taking the opportunity to meet with me. Have you been here before? He says, kind of like sitting down.
Not to this particular establishment, but I've been in Hodgwan a while. What about you?
I've been here a lot since we last met. Unless you have a preference, do you mind if I just take care of it?
No, go ahead.
When the person comes over, he tells them, immediately what bottle of wine, and then a couple of details around the meal or whatever it is, so on and so forth. He just more or less takes care of ordering everything, and will then kind of turn his attention to you and say, well, I appreciate the company. So tell me, Golden, what are you doing all the way in a deer, and how did you pass through the barricade? I know there's no conflict directly, but you and I both know that the wall of the dell is not so easily surmounted.
And are we having this conversation in Golden?
Almost definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
You have very different accents, right? But it's the same language.
Yeah. No, he definitely. He says,
you're speaking Queen's Golden, right? And he's American.
Yep.
Because they did slaves.
You
get it. Sorry.
He says,
Sorry.
I traveled a lot. I actually made my way through Paradel. Funny story, actually. I was heading to, he says, the place near the border. I can't remember what it's called. And then, although I happened to sleep through my stop and woke up in Leshev.
Ooh, that's you're not exactly going to get the service that you want coming through a region like this. The service is making best do with what you can find.
Yes, well, my experience in Adir so far has not been a good one.
Why is that?
Well, you haven't picked up the way the local councils, I guess you would say, operate?
It's the same as you're going to find in most places. Not everywhere can be a Malta, can it?
No, but this was a whole nother level.
Raises an eyebrow.
Well, if we're speaking frankly, when I arrived in Leshev, I was seeking some accommodation, and I was approached by a member of the guard and asked to help them with something, and I agreed, being new in a place and having the guy ask me for help, I obliged. Seems as though they were just using me as a tool, and as soon as I'd done what they asked, they arrested me, and then, well, see, I think it was really a death sentence. They just didn't know who I was, but unfortunately, remember my big friend Koa, that guy. Unfortunately for them, I guess, he was there and was keeping us safe, and we managed to get through it.
He thinks for a second and says, "Ah, so you wear the clothes, you don't live the life."
Oh, well, you know.
If you were dressed the way that you are today, there is no way in all of the hells would that a guard would walk up to you and ask you to do some lowbrow task that would put you in a scenario like that. Even in a backwater place like a deer, the guards know better than to mingle with the wrong people.
Yeah, you think that, though. If I was dressed like I was today on the boat by myself, I may not have even made it to Leshev. They've ended up in the... thrown off the back of the boat.
I've heard of this situation. It's been resolved, though.
Yes, it has. You know, as resolved as it can be.
The resolution is fairly widespread. I live in Westwood. That's where my estate is. And apparently this was widespread even to Westwood. There was large swaths of lands that haven't been purchased up. Some project was plans to be underway. And when this resolution finally came to pass, well, that land went up for grabs. I purchased a bit of it myself, personally. It was available, and I had the spare resources to do so. But then some of it seemed to have been gifted to the heroes of Hodgwen, as they're called.
Interesting. His look then sharpens, and he looks at him. He says, "You're from old money, then?"
He nods, says, "Yes."
And your previous home, was it now Juvencia?
He nods, like a single nod, as he picks up his glass to take a sip. You can imagine there's like a lot of weight to that, but yes.
Aldo just has a drink too, and he just says, he purses his lips. Just lets that sit.
Yep. He allows the uneasy silence to settle. How long do you let it sit for before you choose to break it, if at all?
No more than a minute. If he hasn't said anything in a minute, Aldo will speak back up.
Yep. He will let the silence sit there for the full minute then, and then you can go ahead and speak up.
And he moves on to, there was some dirty business in Westwood. Very dirty business. Shady characters and such. Ah, well, it's not a good place to speak of such things.
He shakes his head and looks around and says, unless someone is leaning into it, there's not an ear close enough to hear what's being said.
Well, Aldo looks around and he says, no, I mustn't. I forget whose city I'm in sometimes. That's not.
He thinks for a moment and says, you seemed informed of this scenario.
Yes, you would assume as such.
He raises an eyebrow, because he doesn't know that you're one of the valiant few that was never identified in the previous conversation.
Yeah. He just goes, well, it appears we're neighbors after all.
Thinks for a moment, and he says, and Koa, the big guy?
Yeah.
Thinks for a few more and says, the stories tell of a third.
Mikhail, you would have seen him, right?
He did not.
Was Mikhail there?
He was not that day.
Oh. He says, he's around somewhere.
Nods to himself and says, oh, interesting. Very well, then. You've given me the respect of honesty. I ask for it once again. You're biting your tongue. Ask your questions. This isn't the first time I've seen judgmental eyes because of my accents and attire.
But it goes beyond that, doesn't it? You'll excuse my bluntness then. I've been through events, and I know what old money is.
He nods. He says, indeed, it's true, through and through. I owned a large estate, a very large swath of land gifted to me by my father, and I had many servants, and you and I both know what servants mean in Yovance. It was a considerable number of them. I can tell you a story of how that played out. I can tell you how I was the black sheep of my region, that my family didn't have me educated in the universities found in Yovance, that they sent me into Paradel, that I actually trained in the universities around Oslo. That when I returned home, I had these radical ideas of freedom and justice for individuals, and then my father died, and I inherited his estate, but incapable of running it alone, I kept them, but provided for them the best lives that could be provided. And I can go on to tell you that when the wars came to my doorstep, that they fought by choice, not by demands. I can even tell you, well, it's not my estate anymore.
It's the parents.
He nods and says, yes, it is. And for their hard work, for their fighting, in exchange, they got chains. Funny to say that the servants that were on my estate had less freedom when they were liberated than they did before.
Well, I have lots to say on the Dell as well, but I wasn't there, so I can only assume you're telling the truth.
There's a long pause as he you can see, even though he's looking you in the eyes, he's definitely somewhere in his own mind for a moment. Like a full second or whatever passes. Then he slowly draws a deep breath and says, yes. Yes, I am. If you're truly one of the valiant few, then I wish not to have a neighbor who feels it necessary to constantly keep an eye over his shoulder. So allow me to explain. Paradel was attacking, and while ideologically I didn't agree with the others in my region, I still was close with them. I socialized the way that you're supposed to. The plan to coerce them into believing that perhaps their way of doing things was not the right way. I knew that my opinions were radical and they couldn't be done immediately, but perhaps over time, perhaps every year, things could change slightly. Maybe in a generation or two, we can truly make the change that I wanted. But just as I was getting people to open up to openly discuss these things, the Dell attacked. We fought them back, and fortunately, I had trained in their style of warfare when I was in Oslo. I was one of the leading commanders in the fight. Not much of a warrior myself, but I could command. They outmaneuvered us, they outflanked us, but we were in a good enough position. I saw the reinforcements on the hill behind. I gave the order. I gave the commands. Had they followed the order, they followed what I had said and come, I know we could have won that day. I know we could have defeated the bulk of the Dell then and there. Would we have stopped the onslaught forever? No. But we could have pushed back this war by years. Years we could have held them back. They did not follow my order. Not those that served me. They, of course, did faithfully. I mean, the others of my station in the region. When I finally recovered from my injuries well enough to think on it clearly, not from the end of a bottle. I realized in their mind it was triage. Those that served under me fought with heart, not because of fear of the crack of a whip. They made a great decoy, gave them the opportunity to retreat to their holes, just to be flooded out and slaughtered in them anyways. I lost my estate. I lost my son in that battle. And because the Dael are as righteous as they are, they burn the estate for the justice of those that lived under my rule. They burned the estate with my wife in it. Those that were most loyal to me, that were able to successfully do so, they pulled me away from the battle in the condition that I was in and was able to get me through the borders and to Adir. I was mended here, and I've lived my life since. I've been able to acquire the assets that belonged to me that were outside of the banks of Yovance. But I've lost all influence there and all ability to impact that war. Instead, I'm just an old scab, slowly being picked away into Westwood.
Aldo looks at him very sympathetically when he says, I'm truly sorry to hear about your wife and your child. Nobody deserves to go through that kind of pain. War is an ugly, disgusting thing, and all it does is take from people. Well, you managed to make it out and make it here. I do have some possibly bad news then. I don't know if you know, but there's a parent general that's in the city. I met him once. I think he was in charge of the advance front. You heard of him? I think his name was Leon Jaeger.
Oh. Leon Jaeger is here.
Yes, he is.
His face flushes. And then he says, yes. I am familiar with him. In his earlier years.
I see. Well, I don't know any of his years, so you are familiar. Would you care to expand or leave it at that?
Yeah. Before he was High Commander Leon Jaeger, he had a much smaller command beneath him. When I said we were outflanked, we were outmaneuvered, that we were just hands down defeated, Leon was the one that was commanding the units that bested us. As I said, I studied their way of combat in Oslo. But Leon did not stick to the books the way that the other commanders would. He had his own vision of how to wage war. I call him a hero now. I say he's a liberator. I say he gives everybody an opportunity.
What do you say?
I say that my house was burned to the ground with my wife in it, and even if he did not give that commands, what effort did he do to stop it? And even if he wasn't aware of it, my son's blood is still in his hands. And the chains that were put on the people that trusted me to give them lasting freedom for them and their families. As I said, the chains that were put on them were clasped around their wrists from Leon's hands. Liberator. hero. Some things you hope to leave in the past. But specters
Your past
will
always
come
tends
haunt
to
you.
catch up.
What was that?
Yeah. He just said, your past will always find a way to come back.
Indeed.
Well, I think I thought I should just warn you at least.
This kind of course, all this talking, whatever, so I can imagine during the meal, at the end of the meal, so on and so forth. It was hours,
Yeah.
right? More than just what we RP'd here. I think he'd say, Aldo, I dare say, your company has been less pleasant than I had hoped for. But you are a deeply respectful individual. I appreciate your kindness. Perhaps we should speak again sometime. If you do come by way of Westwood, do come calling. I collected the rest of the supplies that I had acquired from that shop where we first met one another. I'll be making my trek the day after tomorrow back to Westwood. So, you should come that way. Wish to continue our conversation.
Yes, I can do as much. Safe travels. Well, the roads are a bit safer. There's always someone trying to make a quick dollar. So, careful. Doesn't look like you can run that fast.
Give like a small smile, and he'll actually, as he stands up, he says, "Don't worry. My legs may not be what they used to be, but the cane was a gift from someone I know in Galdaria." And he gives you like a knowing look. And for those of you that don't know, Galdaria is known for two things. One, they're crossbowmen, or crossbow people. Doesn't have to be just males. They're crossbowmen. So they're high quality crossbows, or at least viewed as high quality crossbows, so on and so forth, and skilled to use them. But they're also known for their sword canes. So if you're not familiar with what the sword cane is, it's a cane that is effectively a sheath, and you can turn and draw the sword from it within. And then an offshoot of that, in Malta, they have spell canes, which are literally canes that are infused with arcane magic. That they're pretty rare nowadays from lack of resources to be able to produce them, but because Malta is an offshoot of Galdaria, it was annexed, or sorry, seceded from Galdaria, same as Jovance did long ago. It is a cane that has the ability to release simple magics from it. Either way, so when he said that to you, you know that it's a sword cane, and clearly he was trained as a soldier, so somebody might be caught off guard. It's enough to defend yourself against one, maybe two hooligans, but God forbid it was two trained or three, he'd probably be fucked. So
Yeah.
either way,
Aldo just gives him a polite smile and says, farewell. It's been illuminating.
cool. And obviously you stand up and give like a proper farewell or whatever it is. And he of course covered the bill. And just to be clear, this place, is it the best food you've ever had? No. Like I said, it's like a nicer place. It's like finding like a fancy Italian restaurant in the middle of like a middle class region. Like, yeah, they have nice ingredients, have good food, good recipe, decent chefs, so on and so forth. But it's certainly not the same as like going to Little Italy. You know what I mean? It's not like going to like North End in Boston or something like that and getting it, the proper way, or whatever.
Yeah.
Either way. Cool.
Scott, you make some very interesting and cool NPCs. I'm enjoying the lore today.
The fact that that's what you said when it was redeemed makes me not believe a single word of it. That makes me think that's like, makes me more self-conscious.
I can't help how you take it, man.
Wow.
No, when I said you had an evocative description earlier, that was a redeem.
It was?
Yeah.
Oh, you fucking cunt.
I just waited. I waited till you were done to say it. You know.
It's
I
because
had
Scott
no
didn't write these
idea.
characters.
I was like, oh, cool. That was a nice compliment out of nowhere. I thought it was genuine. And the fact that you just
can
told
be
me it wasn't
genuine.
just burns that much more.
It can be
Brett, does
genuine
this
and
count-
also be forced.
Does
to
this
leave
count
a
as the
lip.
insult, or do I need to go up with a new one? I don't think I'm gonna get like a better reaction if I come up with an actual insult, unless I insult his hair.
Scott, you're the best DM I have right now.
Oh,
You know what? Honestly, considering that we all know Molly is your dungeon master, I accept it. So, I accept it.
I take the gimp suit off every Wednesday to come here.
Oh, ew. Oh.
just saves it up. Yep.
Sorry, Keegan, your tag at the end there just made me think he's edging all fucking week long.
I was about to say it's goons all the way down.
That's why he always
Tied up
pushes
all
for
night
longer.
to get lucky. Tied up all night to get lucky.
He pushes for longer sessions because it's his only opportunity to get away from the gimp suit.
Please, Scott, Master needs to give Dobby a sock.
Okay, yeah.
All right, what's
That-
next?
Okay, so the last thing I was going to have happen, and this doesn't need to be a full-blown conversation, but while he's there having that chat, you guys would get surprised. I don't know if Mikhail would be at the same place as Koa, but I'm trying to remember who it was that spoke
You're
to.
also in Gwen's bed today.
So
Yes. Today. No.
I believe it was Mikhail that had that last conversation. So if I'm wrong, correct me and I'll change the PC I'm talking to. Mikhail, wherever you are at the time this is happening, maybe you're scoping out like one of the last few taverns you hadn't seen yet in the town. During because it's a not so good neighborhood during a not so good time, so on and so forth. You just go in during like a daytime where you feel as though it's pretty safe right now. You're gonna go armed just to be sure, that kind of a thing. But when you're inside one of the taverns there, just like getting a simple drink, seeing if this is kind of like place or vibe where you might want to play music, while you're there, we end up having somebody comes in and will walk straight over to you. And much to your surprise, because you haven't seen her in a couple of months, you have Jaden who comes walking in. And she walks straight over to you. And I believe you were the last one to talk to her, yeah?
Yeah.
Nailed it. All right, she walks over to you and goes, and you kind of catches you off guard because you hear somebody come in the door, you don't look, you hear footsteps coming your direction. So just as you're like finishing maybe your sip of your mug of beer, wiping your upper lip or whatever, you turn as you hear somebody sharply say, "Mikhail, there you are. You're not exactly easy to find."
I'm not?
She looks at you sternly and says, "No. The number of people that just pretended like they didn't know your name when obviously they know who you were."
Oh. That's a good thing. Have a seat.
She goes, "That's a good thing?" She goes, "Half the people didn't know who you were, and the other half the people, or I should say at least the guards, were interested where you were themselves. I told them if they found you to let me know."
I kind of push the chair out like with my foot, and I'm just kind of motioning to her to it. I go, "The guards were looking for me?"
They were at least interested.
Great. Do you want to know why you had that experience, or are you just going to glower at me? Because this feels like old times.
She takes a steadying breath and says, "Buy me a beer. It was a long journey. And then we'll take the seat next to you."
Sure, only because you ask nice.
She explains to you, so you kind of explain the details to her, and she's like, "Oh shit. May have blown up your spot a little bit, but that's pretty badass that these people were pretending like they didn't know who you were, even though it's pretty awesome. Like kind of like you're looping her in, and she's like, oh, that's fucked up. But also that's pretty cool. Like, I'm glad that the people are with this, so on and so forth." She also divulges to you that a few things happened. One, she listens to what it was that you had to suggest, and she really took it to heart. But then she thought to herself, go fuck yourself, she's going to kill the man. But then when the trial didn't take place when it was supposed to, she eventually aggravatedly went and spoke to somebody at the guard station who seemed to be at least impromptu in charge, at least for like a transitional period. And then having like a heart-to-heart with that woman that was there, kind of like realized, like, oh, the reason why his trial didn't happen yet is because she keeps pushing it back, like using as much leverage as she can to push it back to bring more evidence in. And then after like a nice long conversation, realized, okay, there are a couple ways that this can play out. And they both like worked together to put enough leverage against the what are they called? The counselors of Forvin.
Okay.
To convince them to hold off his trial until at least a bit more, details, which kind of like goes into the angles that they're playing, can come in. So they actually pushed off his trial until mid-spring.
Okay.
She says after the last snow melts, there's only a 4-week time period that takes place, and then his trial will happen. So I got here as quick as I could to inform you why it was that you haven't received any update yet about whether or not I went through with it.
Good. And well, I'm glad you took my words to heart, even if ultimately you weren't going to listen to them. That gives us a bit of time. That's nice. I wonder if we can use that somehow, other than just keeping him in place for a while. I'll have to think on it. Any other developments?
Apparently,
anything about
blackmailing
fires?
counselors in small towns is easier than I would like it to be.
Huh. So
What
you
a statement.
okay? Sometimes you learn things you don't expect. Though that's not that surprising in Forvin. Any word on the fires or anything that we were talking about?
Oh, God. With everything going on, I forgot to tell you. There was an attempt at fires in Forvin.
An attempt. So
The fires ignited. There was no actual skirmish, so the guards were at the ready. A couple buildings burned down, but nobody was even injured. Nobody died.
it's a lot better than it was before. I don't know how much people really believe this here. We're gonna have to try to spread that word more. Not yet, but who knows how long it'll take them to actually get over here, or if they even come to this city. It seems like they would.
Well, either way, I am released from what's going on there. I had to make a hard choice. I could either draft you a letter and send it to you to inform you of all the details, and then there would be a lot that you've been... It's just to inform you of details, but there's a lot you would have been missed out on, because I'm not going to openly talk about blackmail in a letter. She says that she's openly talking about it in a bar with people
He
around.
glances back and goes, right.
She says, I'm not that kind of an idiot. But also, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, if I was there in a few weeks and he was let free, I don't know if I would not kill him.
So you made the smart choice.
No, I chose to remove myself from the scenario. I didn't choose not to drink. I chose to be in a different room from the bottle.
Still, we'll say a smart choice, honestly.
I was kind of hoping you knew where this Beltran was so we can kill him instead.
He kind of smiles and says, don't say that so loud, but...
You can roll a...
We are very aligned with that.
roll a sense motive on that one.
Sure.
You roll a 20. She is Beltran.
So anyways, 12. Yeah, I get nothing for you with that one. Cool. So yeah, so she says that.
Okay.
So
I'll say like don't say that so loud, but we're very aligned in that thought process. Actually.
Well, thank you for the beer. My feet are nearly frozen. I'm pretty sure I did not get what's it called, frostbite. I need a tub.
That's good.
I need a bed. Maybe a couple days to recover from that journey. It rained almost the entire time and made things worse. If you guys are ready to do something, let me know.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell her the inn we're staying at if she wants to go there.
And yeah,
Oh,
cool.
and also about the hospital in case she does have frostbite.
And then flashing forward again, because you don't need to RP through the whole thing. You can then, in more private company, tell her about Jurda's crack, which obviously she's familiar. She was there. And
Yes.
the fact that what's his name's down there, the few others, and so on and so forth. And she would actually be like, sign me up for that. That is way more interesting than what's going on here. But also when you tell her about the people that are up by the garrison, she's like, I'm gonna go check that out. That's interesting. And do you tell her about Leon?
Why would we? What's interesting to her about Leon?
You filling your room with contacts and details and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
He's also air quotes signed on to the cause.
Right, because he's kind of in. Yeah, I probably would.
Okay. We can. Do you do that one alone, like one of the ones where you guys are kind of like by yourself chatting, maybe at a different point in time?
It would. It's a thing that he would probably have asked the others about first. Like, 'cause obviously telling them that she's back and yada yada yada, just like keeping them in the loop. But before talking about Leon or other people, he would have checked with everyone else first. So if anyone else wants to be a part of that conversation, cool.
Or block it. That's up to you guys.
Or say no. Yeah.
I mean, Koa would be like, well, she could be a useful ally, but she's also a bit of a loose cannon. She's unpredictable and hard to control.
Yeah, and Aldo would agree with Koa. I don't think she needs to know about Leon.
That's makes sense from Aldo, considering the conversation he just had with Lander, and knowing that Leon was acting in that region. So he was a high commanding general or high commander is what it's called, but commanding general in that region. So it's very possible she knows exactly who he is, so that could cause issues. So it makes sense why Aldo would say that.
But people see that Koa talks too much and trusts too much. He sees Jaden as the type who is like,
stabs too much.
You cannot, like, loudmouth, bad temper, doesn't listen, loses the plot in 3 seconds and just forgets everything that was said and agreed to because she's like, I'm angry all of a sudden. So we can attribute it to DM memory or to just her being a complete loose cannon.
Yeah, Mikhail would say, well, yeah, the only concern there is there's a chance that if we're all trying to work for the same cause here, that they're going to end up in the same room. I'd rather have her prepare herself for that if there is an issue than surprise her with it. The surprise is usually how we get, surprised by what she decides to do.
I worry less about her knowing about Leon and just, I don't know, if things start to go toward a plan of some sort eventually, or we do something, she may act on her own before anything else is able to even happen. She's very impulsive. You can tell her about Leon unless Aldo really objects, but I worry that no matter what we do or tell her, she's just going to act out.
I don't believe
think
you
I
should
should have
tell
told her
Jaden
about the
anything.
Craig.
Because, like you just said, she just doesn't tend to really think about the bigger picture or anything. She just acts in emotion, and screw everyone else, really.
I mean, fair, but at the same time, if that were completely true, she wouldn't be here right now. She would have never come here to deliver the information, removed herself from the situation. She would have just stayed and tried to kill the guy.
I will trust your judgment, Mikhail. If you think she should be told, perhaps it will save us more trouble later, but if she loses her temper and goes spouting off, it could mean more trouble for us.
You're absolutely right. But I also know we're not exactly flush with allies if something does go wrong.
No, and perhaps we should work on that, but she was military or something, yes? She does have some capabilities.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm just gonna say she was a
Malta.
Maltese military, and
Yeah.
I mean they're fighting a war against Peridot. You know,
Yeah.
the parents' sentiment isn't a good one. To tell her that one of the parent generals is here. Look, I actually have no issue. Like I've said my opinion. If you want to tell her, but just keep that in the back of your mind. She may not be able to help herself with this one. She may surprise you. She may be fine with it, but it could cause an issue.
Well, perhaps we don't tell her who Leon is, just that he is part of the cause in helping us.
I get the feeling she'll probably know. She's military, They're not exactly on good terms.
Well, then it's either we're going to have to deal with it whenever they end up in the same room at the same time, or we hope that telling her doesn't lead to her doing something else stupid. Both are risks, and both are going to be headaches.
You're right. I don't know. I would just rather not. I'd rather not surprise her with it. Look, the way I'm looking at it is this. If we can keep her on our side, that's probably a relatively long-term thing. And if I were in her shoes, and well, I guess I'm not her, so it's hard to. I don't like surprises like that either.
Okay. Well, then if you think you need to tell her, then tell her. But perhaps we should start looking into finding more allies and information here, and that way we can start to form some sort of plan or something. Because I fear with Jaden here, with what you've said about her and what she had said in Forvin about going after Julius, that we need to be prepared for her to act out of turn, and if she does something and pisses everyone off, that's going to bring even more pressure on us, and we're going to need friends and allies if that happens.
But look, I don't want to do something if you think we're all going to have to build a bunch of extra work in for ourselves just to accommodate her.
I think it's already here and it's already a problem, but if you think it would be worse by concealing this one detail from her, then tell her. She clearly knows everything else.
Well, I mean, maybe it will help if you tell me what would you do if you were if there was someone you really didn't like and you got surprised by them showing up to work with you instead of being told beforehand.
For me, it would be better to be told in advance. I agree with you there. Jaden, just I
Okay.
worry that you're going to tell her this, and then she's going to go and add another name to her hit list.
I mean, but that could happen even if I don't tell her, right? She finds out he's in the city, and then we don't even know it, and she just goes after him, right? Doesn't know that he's one of our allies.
That is a risk. He'll look to Aldo to see if Aldo has anything more to add about it before he caves in.
Aldo just shakes his head and he says, "As I keep saying to Koa, I think there are things that I need to know, and I'm of the opinion that Jaden does not need to know about this at this moment. So if you're, like I said, I have no objection if that is what you want to do and you want to tell her, but I guess my opinion is of the latter. Do with that what you will."
I trust
Okay.
your judgment, Mikhail. I understand your perspective of things, and I understand Aldo's. I can't say I have a strong opinion which way is the right way at the moment, so... One vote for, one vote against, and I'll abstain.
Yeah, that's helpful.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I'll probably tell her. I don't know. I'm
Then I
not
vote
seeing
against.
the upside of.
He
Oh,
smiles.
funny. I'm just not seeing as much of an upside. I'm seeing a lot more risks with not telling her. Since I've already kind of spilled on the crack or whatever. So I guess I should have asked before talking about that in the first place.
It's fine. What's done is done. We just need to figure out how to move forward. If that's what your opinion is, then do it.
Okay.
Just
I'll let
try
you know
to
if it goes bad.
ensure that there's a bigger picture, and she needs to be careful how she proceeds.
She seems receptive to it so far, at least over
Well, not the
time.
Jaden I've met, so I hope you're right.
I mean, the Jaden you met, I don't think would have made it this far. That's the main thing I'm banking on.
It hasn't been that long.
It hasn't been long, but they're very different decisions.
If Casper can change, maybe she can too.
Maybe. I'll let you know if it goes bad and I have to put her to sleep.
Koa looks like the color starts to drain. Like, does he mean just sleep or like to sleep?
Like with that one guy. Shink.
He does not.
He tries to
he does
cover
not
it up and hide it.
elaborate.
Yeah, he tries to like, right? Yes, just let us know.
Of course. I don't keep anything from you guys. They'll head out.
Aldo, do you think he keeps things from us?
As soon as he leaves, Aldo like kicks like just an inanimate object on the ground somewhere. He's like, "Oh my god, what is with everyone and telling everyone our business?"
Koa is usually the one who does. Is like, I'm not sure. It is a problem, though, isn't it?
It's a big problem. Okay, this keeps happening, and I'm trying to be nice about it. Nobody has any guile. I've had enough of it.
Yes, there should be more guile.
Yes, there should be. Apparently, this is called the conspiracy. So you know what I mean. Let's not out our conspirators.
You just mean you mean Mikhail.
I don't know what I mean.
Right. Let's just hope it works out and Jaden becomes a good ally. Her skills and having just another body and someone in town would be helpful, but
I hope
your
so.
concerns and my concerns, I think, are warranted based on her previous behavior, which, as I said, wasn't that long ago. And even in Forvin, she seemed determined. The fact that she's here and not still there, though, there's a chance she can contain her anger.
I don't know. I don't know anymore. We'll see. Maybe Mikhail has a better judgment of her character. You know, from what I'd seen, I tended to agree with you. She doesn't seem to really worry about outing things as, if they're of benefit to her.
Mikhail has had a pretty good judge of character so far, and he convinced her not to take care of Julius or to stick around, so that's something. If anyone's going to help convince her, it's probably him.
Yeah, maybe I need to just start trusting in people more or something. I don't know.
Perhaps I should trust less and you should trust more. We'll meet in the middle.
You know what? I think you're right. I'm lying to you.
He might not know. Roll your sense motive, Wade. He does not
Oh my
know.
god.
Thank you, Aldo. Looks like clap you on the shoulder, like looking really appreciative.
Yeah.
Jake's like, natty
Fuck.
1. Wade's like, I can do worse. Hold my beer.
Oh, you think that's bad?
Oh.
Shit.
I was just going to have Koa auto fail anyway. It's fine.
Doxy!
Right,
Hey,
so we
Doc.
do some downtime activities, or what are we doing?
Yeah. Well, one last thing is, so Keegan, do me a favor. Roll me an intelligence check real quick.
Oh.
I like how Jake asked that question, and by the time I looked up at his picture, he was fucking gone.
Right.
You realize something because of your background of what you've been doing the entire time you're here and so on and so forth. You come to the realization you can tell her about this, but you know that she's a problem. So whether if you're honest with her up front or you slow roll the information to her, you know that her problem is that she's always clearly, very obviously, you've identified she's always been a person that had a degree of anger issues, but is disciplined. Like she was the one that was getting angry at everybody else for not doing their fucking discipline. But her anger issues and her combative ability and her discipline have kind of all cracked and gone over the edge, when somebody that she kind of, had feelings for, was murderized in front of her. Other people that she cared about, or at least knew well, were murderized in front of her. She was literally enslaved, and so on. All this stuff had happened. She kind of cracked as a person. What she probably needs is literally what the Slumbering Queen has to offer. Literally, what's his name? Leon similarly had to go there for some sort of psychological and emotional repair. Some shit to work through. It is literally something that she can make use of to pull her fucking self back together, because like, you can't be mad at her for always being mad. She went through some shit. It's just really inconvenient timing and whatnot for you guys right now. So if you care to continue working with her, that's a way to go. And you have a leg in the door. You have influence.
I really wish this was my role for getting my trait.
I
really, really wish.
You're like, oh, thanks for rolling. Oh, thanks, Scott. Don't worry, it's not over yet. You still have time.
Okay. Shit. I mean, yeah, he'll definitely suggest it. I just don't know even how you'd like approach it, because the instinct is like, oh, she's not gonna want to do that. Like, like for Leon, it's different. Like, he chose to go do it, but just be like, hey, you know how you're kind of fucked up? You should like go over here. They'll fix it. Like,
well, your character is smooth. You obviously wouldn't say that. There are ways that with real life friends, you would talk to them to inform them, like in a way that you care, but also, bro, get help. It's not for me. Like, I'm good. I just care about you, man. Like,
yeah.
But remember that time you almost stabbed your friend?
That.
You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
He would definitely present it to her as like a. Basically, he would kind of lay out that she has been a bit of a loose cannon, but like temper that with the understanding of why. And like, because she's obviously been through a bunch of shit. She's told us about it. And then tell her about like the process at the hospital that actually helps with that. And then he's met someone who went through it and it helped them.
Awesome route. Alternatively, sleep spell wakes up in a straitjacket.
I mean, it could also work, She tries to stab me.
Just say,
Tell her you have a contact in the hospital, in this room, where she just needs to sit and wait and drink this, and they'll be right in with her.
I don't know how willing to work with us she's going to be after that, but she'll be cured.
Depends on the nightmares, that if she starts fearing spiders, who knows?
Do you go that route?
I go the route I said.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to be clear.
Okay.
God was trying to monkey's paw you there.
I just want to be clear.
Do you go that route? Of course I do. All right. So she's asleep. You don't even roll.
Right.
She fails her check.
My mom is here 4 days a week now because she watches Gwen, so Brittany and I can do our jobs. My mom is here 4 days a week now, and so I start telling her some D&D stories because she's interested in hearing them. And my mom's like, "Why are these people friends with you?" I'm like, it's not that they're my friends; it's that I'm their DM. She goes, "Well, can't they get another DM?" I was like, "No, Mom, it's not that easy. When you find one, you hold on to them. You hold on to them hard." It's like,
really just laziness that keeps me here, if I'm being honest.
Hey, wait, I have a channel.
Oh, thanks, Docs. I love you too.
Are you free Wednesdays at 8? That's a great day for me.
It could be. I definitely could be. Right?
Jake's
the
like,
biggest
I can't
dick move of all time to rug pull Scott's channel out from under him on his show. Jake, you want to come join us?
Doxy suddenly also free Wednesdays at 8.
Right?
Come on over.
Tesh is like, I can make this time work.
We'll just have like a
Sweet, they got a full party.
10-person group.
Hey, 3 people is a full party. Thank you.
And we're ending early tonight, so we could go to a session 0 after this.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
I've already made my character just in case a DM came calling. For each system.
Hell yeah.
Doxy's actually quoting Koa to Gwen right now. Bitch, I've been free. I've been trying to get in there.
I remember when Koa said that.
He wrote it in cursive.
I've been trying to get in there
with cologne.
Bolito, I don't even know who you're talking about. All right, so anyways, back to game. So you inform them. I'll give you a rundown of how that plays out afterwards. All right, so first, you guys wanted to fast forward 2 weeks of downtime to try to squeeze out a little bit, like, pimple squeeze, a little bit extra to happen here. Keegan, should we save you for last, or do you want to go first? I ask because Wade is fucking ridiculous, plus everybody else's generous contributions, and you guys now currently have 2 + 6s. If you go first, they know whether or not they have them available to them. If you go last, you're just hoping that they're around.
I'm gonna go first.
First. Why don't we do these 1 week at a time? How about that? You do the first week first. Okay?
Yeah, because I might just get what I need.
What's the DC again? 14, right?
16, I think.
I thought it was a 14.
I thought it was 14. I'm pretty sure it's exactly 14.
Last time we were like, man, if only we had +2s.
I think it was a 16.
It was 14.
Pretty sure
Naga's confirming.
Yeah, dude, like a 16 would be really tough. I'm pretty sure it's 14 exactly.
I'm 99% sure it was 14 because I remember so many 12s last week.
I think it was a 16. I'm pretty sure. Steven chat saying 16.
I'm free right now, Keegan, if you want to go over to your
All right, fine. Okay.
Oh, maybe screenshot chat. God damn it.
I have this idea for a Star Wars pilot. I think you're going to love it.
Oh, you know what's a good name? Kyle. And then we'll kill him and you'll play a real kid.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Come on, guys. Why are you so mean to me tonight?
What do you mean? That was exceptionally nice. I just had to be.
I can't have a single conversation with Maggie without that being in the back of my mind. Maggie and I will be like talking about our kids and having like young babies together and something. And then the whole time I'm like, never mind. Won't even make any jokes. Like, I hope you didn't name your kid Kyle. Anyways.
Congrats, Keegan. You got 2 free weeks now.
That's dope.
Like, funny enough, it'd be like, funny enough, Maggie, I named my daughter Tara. So, moving on.
I'd be mad. It really would. Okay, so that's my first week.
Cool. Yeah,
we still have 2 + 6s.
So to be clear, that is you literally spend so the last 2 weeks there. So 1 week was her pulling up their conversations, so on and so forth, and starting to show you the books and that whole like making a contact, if you will. Not a mechanical contact, but making a contact, if you will, and then starting to look at the books, and that was like, so you're literally up there, and everything that you've been working on, that rote action they were trying to teach you that just made no sense to you, you're literally there for what, a dozen days, studying fervently, like hard studying for 12 days. Mm-hmm. Probably because you're also like, 1, want to finish this, but 2, like excited to get to the magic part, and it just clicks. All of a sudden, she's like, all right. Somebody comes upstairs and says, I was sent to come get you, and you do occasional exams, and you finally go downstairs and you're working on something like, no, this is wrong. This bandaging over here is all wrong. Ugh, let me show this to you again. And they like undo the bandaging and they look at like the stitching or whatever you did, and they're like, oh, actually, could you rewrap this the way you did it? And you like rewrap it, and it's like the way you had tucked and folded it. It actually works better for that build of person than what they teach you, this like routine way, one wrap to rule them all. And you're like, no, different bodies contour different ways, especially different body parts. You should be wrapping them these different kind of whatever. And so it finally clicks. Granted, many of the higher echelon people at the hospital clearly are way better than you at their job.
Yeah,
but you finally click and you understand how to start comprehending this stuff, and so now you can use intelligence rather than wisdom for heal checks. And I think you can easily make that update in the character sheet.
Yes, I just did.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So I'm competent now.
Yeah, you are competent, or at least you're consciously incompetent, right?
I had a +0 before. It's now 4.
Yeah. So, but
it's a lot better.
But you're still not trained. So we get like the 4 echelons are.
No, I still have a rank.
Oh, you do have a rank. But it's not a class.
Because before the
it's not a class
it's not a class skill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before I had a rank, it was a -1.
Oh Jesus.
So, yeah.
But the echelons are unconsciously incompetent, consciously incompetent, consciously competent, then unconsciously competent. And so you're level 2 right now. You are conscious of your incompetence. You know how bad you are, but you also know where you're good. So,
which is actually a very good thing.
Yeah, that is the path of learning. When you realize how much you suck, that is the right path to be on. All right, cool. What's your name? Jake. You fucking annihilated it last time for a myriad of reasons. There's your word, Joey. And you have another week now. What do you want to do with this 1 week?
Oh, let's switch it up now. I think. Last time I did a scouting on that house, right?
Yeah.
And I learned like the routine.
Yeah.
Well, I want to try and do that, but I want to learn Beltran's routine.
Please.
So, the answer is kind of yes. But
That's a weird routine.
Hear me out. The answer is yes. I will allow you to make these checks. But when it comes to an infiltration task, that is a separate task.
Yeah, it's not to do anything with the ruins thing. It's separate.
Understanding you're trying to build bank for an entirely separate mission, if you will. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right.
That's good. We're probably gonna need a lot of resources to eventually deal with that.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Which task do you want to do? Are you trying to do like scout location?
Yeah. I guess.
Or
right?
gossip? Well, both of those could work. Because one's like rumors of what he does, and one is like actively watching a place, like maybe his house, and how often he comes and goes from it.
I dare say
Can we discuss
gossip
this, like,
would be.
Are we allowed to chime in before you make a decision?
Yeah. 100%.
I mean, other things that could be useful are just like where he goes when he's there, whatever, or who he travels with. Like, does he have like a Palpatine Red Guard, or does he have like just random people, or is he by himself? Like that kind of stuff could be useful too.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking. Would that come under
for certain meetings?
Gossip?
Like
that feels more like gossip because you're trying to gather a relatively routine itinerary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
probably a
guess
place
I'll
to
try
start.
that one. Yeah, to start.
In gossip, I believe. I actually have to pull up the checks for this. The rules. That is a slightly more difficult one because you're doing very early research for a much later. Well, not much later, but a later task, right? Which is not a bad thing. Like you have spare time. Fuck it, crush it. Let me pull up the chart real quick, Sir Manboy, sir.
Diplomacy. You seek out rumors about the infiltration's target. Attempt normal, hard, or very hard diplomacy check. Critical success, you gain blah, 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 blah. Grants you +2 circumstance bonus for future checks. Success, you gain inside information about the place or group you're attempting to infiltrate. Failure, you learn nothing. Critical failure, you gain -2 penalty. It's on page 5 of the...
Yeah, no, I see. I see. It is a diplomacy check specifically. Okay. Okay, this is not an easy one, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Gossip is you gain inside information about location. Okay, cool. So you gain. This doesn't give you an EP. What it does is it starts giving you foundational knowledge that you can build the EP off of. Like you find out people that you might want to gain as contacts or locations to look into directly, so on and so forth. This is like the step back, begin planning to begin to plan, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I like it. I like it a lot. Why don't you? This is not going to be an easy check. To be clear,
I do want to preface this by saying as well, Aldo is disguising himself. He knows what he's doing. Like I know that it can be blowback, but I'm not going out there as Aldo.
Yeah. That's fine. You can roll this, guys. That's not like an unpunctured like that doesn't save you. You know, if you got caught, there's ways to follow trail through a disguise, even if you rolled really well on one, right? Yep. Just because you have a convincing disguise doesn't mean you can't be.
I guess that'll
trailed.
just fit into the role, but yeah.
Because the
Right,
person you are messing
diplomacy?
with, I just want to set precedence on this.
Yeah.
Because the person that you're messing with literally has the entire guard plus a small army under their wing. So like, if there was reason to raise concern, people would, so they're like, I rolled 30 on disguise. It's impossible to know who I was. It's like,
Yeah.
They won't know who you are. You're correct, but they can follow you or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So long as we're on the same page.
Makes sense.
Awesome. I'm fine with you rolling a disguise first to set
Yep.
the precedence of difficulty later on.
I think I won't roll the disguise, and we'll just have it happen how it happens in the
Sure.
with
yeah.
the roll. I think that's
Fair enough. And you're just dictating that, of course, your character would wear a disguise.
yeah.
Understood.
All right, so diplomacy,
Top
All right,
hat,
let's go.
mustache, ready to rock. Oh man, that was a roller coaster. That 2 and 20 was dancing for a minute there. All right, a 19's a pretty solid roll.
Do we know the DC on this?
With these
Yeah,
checks,
so-
you do get to know the DC. I'm sorry, I should have said that beforehand. So normally your DC would be set by your level, which is 2, which is a 16. But I was giving you heavy warning that this is going to be a much harder task. So I was actually setting this for, because you're going into somebody who's effectively higher echelon, I was actually setting the DC at 19. So that's as though a level 4 task, right? So it's 2 levels
good.
above you. So you pass the DC with a raw number. There is no value in getting a +6 unless you could also squeeze in a +4 from somewhere to get a critical.
Yeah. So I'll just leave it at that.
Cool. So you just flat succeeded. Once again, Jake, you're annihilating it. So you gain some insider information, which insider information is you talk to people like, what's his fuck? Leon, and he tells you how frequently he goes by and how much time he spends over at the garrison. You spend time talking to people that like over in like his area of town, and you find out the routine of where he usually goes and gets his appropriate meals, what kind of tailor he visits and how often he visits them, where he takes his meetings with the various guards or council members or whatever it might be. You find out these details and you start curating a relative timeline or itineraries we were talking about beforehand. This isn't honed in, like you don't know everything, and certainly if weeks pass this could change. But at least in the short term, of ways that you can start like finding people to talk to. So for instance, which tailor he goes to, and he goes there at least bare minimum once a week. That's a person that has information. Or other people that frequent that shop around that same time could have information. Or people that are along the path around that shop could have, you get the idea.
Can I ask specifically if they mention if he travels with like a certain?
I was getting to that part.
Okay,
He rarely leaves the parts of town that are immensely heavily guarded, and when he's there, he will usually have like an assistant, if you will, varying different peoples, but an assistant of sorts with him that isn't necessarily like a trained soldier. They're more of, actually, I would say this individual is a person of note, but not anybody that you'd have to get like a get name, if you will, or whatever that check is called to find out. But their assistant that's with them, they certainly seem to be somebody who is a person of note. They carry themselves well, straight back, so on and so forth. Like clearly are selected to be his assistant either by him or somebody else, or whatever. So that is a person of note. Go back to your question, Wade. He's usually with us tons of guards, so he doesn't have an entourage, if you will. But on the rare occasion when he does leave that area, he absolutely has an entourage with him. And these aren't guards; these are soldiers, people that are actively training.
Gotcha.
Right.
How many does he travel with? Like
4,
5, 4 other ones. Okay.
So if he has his assistant himself plus the others,
That's only whenever he leaves
the heavily
well-protected-
guarded areas. Yep.
Okay.
Which, if you want to talk about frequency of that, rarely on the typical day-to-day, unless he's going to the actual garrison itself.
But when he's traveling in like the main district, he only has an assistant with him.
Correct, but there's guards all over.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
okay.
but he only has an assistant with him because you can imagine he speaks more freely in front of that.
I guess
one
I was
person.
more so thinking like maybe he has like a couple of people, like maybe he's doing something other than the guard, and he's got like, I don't know, an Ashtar and a Julius walking around with him or something.
There are other people that might be, but consistently this one person.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
but
doesn't
there
have
might
two best
be other
buddies.
people.
He
He doesn't
doesn't
have like
travel.
a personal retinue.
I can't make another
Yeah.
Harry Potter reference, but he's not like Malfoy with Crabby and Goyle always with him. He's got
No, just Goyle.
Okay. Sorry, y'all. I grew up with it. It's how my brain works.
No, you're good, bro. Anyways,
For this,
so yeah.
I have downtime, right?
Oh yeah. 1 second though. But the one task he does daily that does remove him from the heavily guarded area is when he leaves the heavily guarded area to go to the barracks. But he has his 4 soldiers with him that join him to go walk to the barracks. He spends his time in his barracks and they bring him back to the heavily guarded area. So he does leave the guarded area every day or almost every day for that. But otherwise he usually stays there. Okay, back to... So that was an awesome one, Jake. That was a great first week. Wade, you.
I think one of the things we need to do, so I'm just going to be the one to do it since I'm carrying the gold, is we were talking about going to the ruins and bribing someone to let us in there.
Oh, sure.
Which was, I think we determined last week it was like 16 gold or 18 gold.
I think it was insane. I was like...
I think it was 18.
Yeah, I think it was 18 gold. But more importantly, remember, it's not literally 18 gold. It's something of value that's about that, right? Like if you're burning it in actual in-game experience as opposed to meta mechanics. You're not handing somebody 18 golden coins. It's something of value. But you get the idea. Go ahead.
Okay, well, whatever that might be, I think Koa would try to go ahead and make that bribe happen. I think he would either talk to the person that gave him the info before that brought the jelly to Gwen's shop, or if Aldo told him about one of the people he'd met. I think we want to go ahead and get that so we have an in to get into the ruins.
Yeah, we did have I had a contact on the inside, right? And that too was supposed to be bribed. I had a contact in the actual thing or something. Okay.
It was, oh shit, hold on, where'd it go? You did, and that's how you found out the price.
Yeah.
Shit, what was it? Was it Mazer, the fence guy? Yeah.
So I don't know if I have to roll anything, Scott, or if I
giving us
just
1 EP.
lose since we already have the contact, but I would spend the 18 gold to go ahead and just get that taken care of.
It looks like it does not roll.
1 second. Let's say that again one more time, Wade. Sorry.
From what I can tell, I don't know if I have to roll anything. It looks like I don't know, but basically I just want to bribe the contact that Aldo had made to let us come in to explore the ruins.
It's supposed to be. It is a roll. That's how it works. It is a diplomacy or a bluff check, is what I believe the mechanics are for that one, and it's a hard check.
Then, boys.
But does that mean if he fails the roll, he loses the money?
Failure, you believe you've successfully bribed them, and you gain 1 EP, but in fact they inform the opposition of the bribery, adding 1 AP to the infiltration.
They're gonna.
That's for a regular failure.
That's a bit insane for like.
Well, that's because these downtime activities are usually rolled behind the scenes. But I didn't like some of these, like these infiltration ones. I'm supposed to roll them for you rather than you, so you don't know whether or not you succeeded. You know what I mean? Until you actually finally go into
I don't know if I should be the one to do this then, boys.
Woo. What's the DC on it? Because it says very hard.
This is hard or very hard.
Yeah.
Well, who would they inform? They're gonna tell the dead mole that we're coming in. Like, I don't know who's the opposition here. It's like
the gang that's
probably the rest of the gang,
there, right?
Yeah.
So funny enough, Keegan.
So they would take your money and be like, "These fucking losers are trying to worm their way in, or whatever. Like, just look out for them." And we're thinking we're in. Sorry, go ahead.
You're
Scott,
good. When you're looking at P2E and you're looking at a hard check, air quotes hard check for level 2, it's actually a DC 23. But in Pathfinder 1E, it doesn't work quite the same way. While the numbers explode even higher, not early on, it's actually slightly lower than that. It's going to be like what Jake was rolling against a DC 19.
Mm-hmm.
It's that DC 19.
But
But don't forget, you have plus 6s. Wade, what's your modifier?
For diplomacy, a 1.
Okay, so you'd have to roll a 13. So you'd have to roll a 12 or higher. We've heard that before. You have to roll a 12 or higher, and then use that what's it called?
Plus 6.
Plus 6, yeah.
Oof.
I mean, we got 1 or 2 more weeks that we're gonna be fucking around, right? So maybe I just leave this for one of you guys.
Maybe.
I don't want to lose 18 gold.
That one's rough.
Yeah, it's scary. You're bribing a contact.
I just thought I thought we made the contact. It's like, okay, now we just give them the money and we're good. I did not know you still had the role.
Yeah.
Yep. You offer the contact a bribe to help in the heist in some way. It's a hard or very hard deception. Or well, it should be bluff or diplomacy check.
Man, maybe instead I just resume my strength training for the week, and I'll leave this for one of you guys.
There are other things that you can do. Like there are tasks like learning names of people. You can
I just don't have the skills for a lot of that stuff, from what I can tell.
You can try scheming because that has a variable skill depending on what you're doing.
Scheme, I don't know.
That's in the downtime activities. It was like scheme for upcoming adventure.
That's in the other downtime activity link.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. Do you have that link for me to see real quick? Because I don't know.
Yeah.
Scheme.
I'll post it in the thing.
It's what I did for the. Oh shit! Hold on, I lost that.
I already posted it in King.
Oh, you got it. Cool.
Oh, this is a 1E, not 2E. Heard
1E.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't know how to
both
differentiate.
Of these, so I think we've been referencing both of them.
No,
Yeah,
you're
we're
good.
bouncing
You're good.
back and forth.
Let me read this for a second. It's been a hot minute.
Scheming is a lot more vague, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
So scheming is literally what the other thing. Well, let me finish reading before I speak to it. Okay, you know what I would use this for? Because this is literally just like a watered down, washed out version of the entire other PDF, if you will. What I like this for, Wade, is actually scheming is either trying to give, it's more or less giving a bonus to this overall task here. So I would say scheming is one of two things. One, it's you actively just trying to get some information, some baseline information. There's like step back, almost like what I did with gossip, baseline stuff, peripheral information to try to earn an EP that way. Or giving more or less aid another, giving somebody else a bonus on one of their checks, one of their downtime checks. So you can be like, hey, Aldo, I need you to go bribe this guy. Do me that favor. He was your contact that you got. You got to go bribe him. Let me aid you. And give you a modifier to that roll.
Okay, but we already did this for week 1, so can I do something to aid them for week 2?
You didn't do anything yet for week 1, so I'm saying you can spend your week 1 to aid their week 2.
That's what I was asking, if I could aid their week 2. Yeah, I guess I don't know what you boys are both doing in week 2, but I guess I'll aid Mikhail with whatever he gets into.
Oh, Mikhail's probably doing something
good.
Mikhail's probably doing something. I know what Mikhail's doing. It's not going to be heist related.
Oh, well, I already learned my thingamajig.
I know, but there was something else you were doing with her.
Oh, right. I have to do lessons. I have to teach her stuff.
Oh,
and
okay.
learn. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to be
Okay.
rolling a spellcraft check.
So I'll help Aldo then.
Okay. So I'll have.
Do I need to roll to assist him?
If you're just going to assist him, you just flat give him a +2 to the roll. Or I can give you a roll to make to see if you can earn an EP on your own.
I'll just assist him and give him a +2, I think.
Sounds great. His bluff is insanely high, and he can roll a bluff or a diplomacy. So you're giving a +2 whatever his check is. What he's asking, Jake, before he locks in on that, what he's asking is that you spend your last final whatever week here rolling a bribe contact, a bluff check against a DC 19 with him giving you a +2 to accomplish that. How's that sound?
Well, don't we have we're doing 3 weeks of downtime, right? I think
I think we're going to take an extra week.
We'll if we're doing an extra week, let me think on that for a second. Let me just work through these two first, because I have to grab the date. So, yeah, okay, yeah. Let me think on that first, then we can good.
Okay.
Because you guys can't make that third week decision until after 2 weeks have passed, anyways, right?
Fair.
Yes.
Oh, hey, I'm glad you caught the Spotify uploads. Last week's is missing, so I just been crazy. So the last Spotify upload is missing, and then the one before that is probably still locked with the $1 Patreon subscription. So if you wait like 2 or 3 days, this one will still be locked for the $1 subscription on Patreon, but you'll have 2 more, so effectively 12 more hours of uploads. But thanks for watching. That's pretty awesome. Badass. Don't forget to subscribe to YouTube because I'm almost at 5,000. I am at 4,995. All right, Jake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Scott. I think
all right, so
that
is
in
this
my
is this
notes, I
going
had
into
3
week?
weeks of downtime? Sorry, Jake, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I had 3
You're
weeks
right,
of
no,
downtime in my notes that we were supposed to be taking. So that's why I think we were all thinking.
It was never confirmed if there was even going to be downtime, right? That was it. That was always even a maybe, even at the end of last session, because it was 8 weeks of downtime. Those are done. Anything more than that was a hypothetical potential.
Mm.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
We were just talking. It might have just been us talking about it.
So is this my week 2 now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
So to bribe the contact was diplomacy, and the DC's 19. You have a +2 from me.
And
Okay,
also
I
potentially
can
grab plus
do
6.
that. Sorry,
Oh,
one
you can
second,
use
my
bluff
daughter's at the
too
door.
for this.
Give me
I guess you
2
can use
seconds.
bluff too. Scott said. I missed that.
Bluff or diplomacy. Yep.
His daughter's talking to him.
Yeah, sorry about that. All right, we'll go for the bribe. So that's a bluff.
C.
Bluff, bluff, bluff.
Don't forget the
Okay,
+2.
here we +2.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh my god. Okay.
Nice.
So you could almost critical success. Let me just see if there's any benefit to critical success. It doesn't have one listed here. Hold on, give me a second. Because you're failing critical by 3. Critical failure is 2 award points and also other stuff. Success is they accept the bribe and you gain 1 EP. If you go critical success, I have something else I'll add on to this for you. If you want to use one of those and hit your critical success, no problem. You get the EP and I have something else to give to you for the critical.
It's up to you. We have 2 +6s, and we potentially have 1 more week of downtime, I think. But other than that, like, we're getting to the end anyway. So
Yeah, we're getting close. So we should probably go ahead and use it. I have 1 other to use anyway.
All right. Sure.
Critical
All right. If we get 1 more week of downtime, it could be used to do something else, though.
Yeah. Well, we have a second one.
we do have 1 more.
Yeah, but like we all get another downtime activity. You know what I'm saying?
Based on
Yeah.
my
Like,
skill
we've
levels,
already
I'll
got
be
the
+2ing
success
you
here.
all again. So I don't know what the fuck I'll do in the 3rd week if we do it.
Yeah.
Up to you guys. If we get a 3rd week,
locked in.
we've already got a success locked in. You know what I mean? If we go for a 3rd week, it means
That's true.
we could use it doing something else.
We got 2 of them.
It's up to you, man. We've got a
It's
pretty
not
good
up to me.
setup to get
I
into
need,
the ruin.
I need help deciding
They
here.
both already told you yes. You're the one that's putting pressure back
all
against
right.
the yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. We'll critical it then.
Okay. The critical means you get the EP. Don't forget to mark that down, guys. They get the other EP.
That's
But
number 7,
they
I
also
believe.
just go, hey, listen, let's just make things easy. Somebody that was allowed through before, let's just say he pissed off the wrong people. And I found this the other day. And he hands you one of those aforementioned tokens.
Okay. Beautiful. All right. We'll take the token. That means we can just get straight through.
Mm-hmm. They
All
literally
right.
just let you in the front door. That doesn't mean anything else. They'll let you
Yeah.
in the front door, and you got the EP. Is that worth the critical there, Jake?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
That makes life easy.
Should I still
good.
remove 18 gold? I'm guessing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That critical code.
Cool. Beautiful. That bought you a way in, which is great. Awesome.
Yeah.
Now it's the second week, which which Jake already used. The other 2 have their second week, and then I'm going to touch on something, which is why you might not take a 3rd week. Kiken, for you, I need from you, sir, a spellcraft check.
Sure.
Oh, and the DC, to be clear, is because you're level 2, 16.
Okay.
Oh, come on! I was like,
Unfortunately, the
I was like,
+6
oh,
won't
12. He
even help you
annihilated
either.
it, and then you rolled that shit. Even if you
It
use that
tipped over
point,
to the freaking 12 from the 12 into a 2. Yep.
even if you use that,
What help? It's not a critical fail, just a
But
regular
hey,
one.
now we get a chance for a third week.
oh my god. Okay. Well, you don't unlock that magic that you were hoping to unlock. So unfortunately, all right. Back to Wade
Yep.
with your second week. Do you know what you would like
This is
to
what I
do?
planned for 3.
It's gonna depend. If we do a third week, I'll assist again. If we're not doing a third week, I'll figure something out. Can we?
Yeah.
The reason why you're holding off for the third week is because I have to know what your weeks end and then something takes place. But your week, I can't tell you what's going to take place at the end of the week. At the beginning of your week, when you're trying to decide what to do for your week,
Okay, well then I'll
I
set
can't tell you.
aside to
I can't tell you
assist.
that nuclear
I'm assisting
missiles are on Saturday.
somebody, and I guess if we're not doing a third week, I just waste it.
So you're just going to do an aid? Okay, perfect. All right. At the end of the weeks, it's a buzz all about town. What's happening? The soldiers from the garrison have all, now that the spring has properly settled in and the roads are smooth, are like dry enough and stable enough to walk through in a proper march, leave Hod Gwen and march east. Beltran at the lead, of course.
Interesting.
Okay. That's alarming. Why the fuck are the soldiers marching?
So would you like to
How
take a
many
week
soldiers?
of downtime, or do you want to do things while Beltran's gone with the over 100 soldiers?
We want to earn income. We perform
100.
valiant feud, all the richest establishments.
Right?
Oh my god, now's the time to rob the bank.
The guards are still there. The guards are still
Nah,
there.
there's 100 people. They've emptied the guard. This is skeleton crew.
The guard
Alright,
is there. The soldiers.
Nah,
are
we roll out the blueprint. We've got the whole dug under the bank already. It's just we're ready to go.
What's that
Yeah, that was
movie
the
with the
aid.
British guy that like digs underneath the tunnel? He's like a really British. What the fuck's his name? And he ends up finding like a EMP. I can't remember what it's called. Anyways.
All right, what are we
What
doing?
the hell is east? Now I just want to know what the fuck he's up to.
What is
Nothing
east?
east except for another country, right?
There's a town to the east.
Was it Harrod?
No, that's to the west.
No,
it's
that's to the west.
Strahd.
Strahd,
Whatever it is,
that's
it's
right.
not marked, and I've never seen it or seen it marked.
It's not marked on the map because you guys haven't visited it yet.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know.
Is Beltran's guard still here? Like his personal guard? Or are they like
The
military?
guards are all here. The soldiers are gone. So
That
was his
Yeah,
assistant? Was his assistant a soldier or a guard? Wouldn't he be here?
doesn't seem to be either. You're not sure.
Okay, so he's probably
You
gone with
you would
them.
have to roll the learn name roll to get that, and that
Oh.
I think is diplomacy or something.
So, okay. I mean, I'm if we do more downtime, I'm already locked into what I have to do. Right. So,
I mean, I don't know if it really matters if he's here or not. If we're gonna go into the ruins, but if we're gonna do something else while he's out of town,
yeah, like 'cause we can go into the ruins, whatever.
I
But
mean,
like,
we can't do anything against 100 soldiers anyway, though. That's
no. In town while he's not here. if
yeah,
wanted
like
to
we
do-
could freely move
Yeah.
about now for a minute while he's gone in theory, but like
There's
Would that
the
make
other-
getting a high value contact easier?
it could make making a high value contact easier. It could make breaking into the counselor's home safer or easier to do because Jake already scoped that out. It could make if you fuck up hardcore with the whole situation inside of the ruins, you don't have to worry about like other people realizing what's going on and approaching the situation. Hopefully you just don't fuck up. It can make a whole bunch of things run more smoothly. He is gone and all the soldiers are gone, and they just left like today. and you don't know where they're going. Your characters have no clue, but you're imagining they're not leaving for like 15 minutes and then popping back in because they forgot to bring their cell phone to get their cigarettes, like.
Right. I mean, it sounds like we could still get some value out of doing more downtime while he's gone.
I guess so. Yeah, if we can get a high value
Unless I'm
contact
missing
agent
something.
while he's gone, maybe we go that route.
That's the thing we're
Because that's
freaking
normally
missing.
what, a 25. If that's a little bit easier, like that at least makes it more of a shot.
Yeah.
So I'd like to stop him doing whatever he's doing, but I don't see a way that we could.
We can't mess with
So,
soldiers.
yeah, hell no.
There's no way we
No.
mess with all these soldiers.
I
Do
don't
you know
even
how many soldiers he even has at this time?
Over 100, but not like 200 or
That's-
anything like that. It's like
Oh,
maybe
thank
a
God.
buck 20.
No, at least it's not 200.
Yeah, it's like maybe
Yeah.
a buck 20.
100 we can handle. Oh, 120 easy.
yeah.
Well, if it's
even if
150 or
there's-
more, I'd be nervous.
even if they're all like 0 level, like that's too much.
Agreed, but the thing is, when you're working with 100 soldiers breaks into how many commanders? You take out 2 or 3 people, that could reduce morale drastically. You deal with 300 soldiers, even more commanders, even harder to break morale, etc., etc.
Yeah, we're 3 people.
I understand. I'm not saying do any of it, but
Yeah. No, dude. I think. Shit. Can I take a? Oh, fuck. If I don't do the spell thing,
let me put it this.
Then I won't have my spell.
Lay it this way. It's midnight. It's already an hour later than I need to. I have an interview in 11 hours. I definitely have to go get sleep because my daughter's not been sleeping at night. So I do have to get going. If you are doing the downtime activities, I'll gladly do them right now. If you're not, that concludes this season anyways. And we're opening up next season with whatever task you are going to do. So the question is whether or not you're doing downtime. Because if you are, we're fast forwarding a week. We'll make those rolls. And if you're not, then we're opening a new season anyways.
Let's do it because I think that there's value to be done. Let's do it and get it over with, and then
Yeah.
we can all go.
yeah,
So
Because-
you're going to jump a week.
yeah, I think so.
Okay. What tasks are we? So Wade, you already sacrificed your second week to give that +2 this week.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm helping.
Not Keegan, because unfortunately he's still trying
Are
to.
you doing spell crafting again? Okay,
'Cause-
then I'm
'cause-
helping Aldo.
You have an open spell known slot, right? Yeah. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
since we leveled up, it's just
Yeah.
sitting there.
So you're helping.
Because-
You're helping Jake. Jake, what are you trying to do? Or Wade and Jake, what are you guys doing together?
We're going to gain a high value target in the guard, close to Beltran if we can.
Yeah.
Okay. And Wade, you can separately roll if that's what you're going for. You can separately roll that learn name for your third week task.
Okay.
So we'll do him first. What's up?
Do we know? I know what the DC normally is for
Fucking
high value
DC.
contact, but is it easier this week? And if so, do we get to know that DC?
Um,
That's what you
it's
had just implied.
it is not necessarily easier. It's less dangerous. So if you fail,
Okay.
it's not like all of a sudden you're going to be, in shackles in a prison or whatever it is, right? The difficulty is still high because it's still loyalty and danger for that
Okay.
individual and so on and so forth. As for the
I mean,
DC,
19.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were about to say it.
Yeah. As for the DC, so hard was a 19. Very hard is
25, isn't it?
No. Because again, you guys are lower level. It's a 22.
That's a lot. What's the
So-
check?
I'm looking right now. Hold on.
Diplomacy.
Gain contact is diplomacy or technically diplomacy or bluff.
We'll fucking use bluff.
Yeah.
So Wade gives you a +2.
So
Yeah.
So
this
that
is
gives
important
us.
because this is someone who could help us potentially with Beltran way down the line. So we want to make sure we succeed this.
Yeah, and any other time we try it, it's going to be a lot more dangerous. That's what we were avoiding the first time.
I am going
So-
to use a hero point to give Jake a +4.
I think a +4 is after the roll. I think a +8 is before the roll. But when you use it for somebody else, I'm not sure how it works.
It's halved.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would be a +4 before the roll.
So hold up. DC is 22. Jake has a what not modifier normally?
Bluff is a 9.
So you currently have a +11 against a 22. So you have a 50-50 shot without Wade doing that. And you have that +6 die.
Wait, why
Which
is it
turns
an
your
11?
50-50. You'd have to roll.
Your aid +2 on him.
Oh, I forgot about the 8
Yeah.
already.
So,
Yeah.
but before the hero
So,
point.
so instead of having to roll an 11, he has to roll a 5 or higher without you doing that. If you do that, then I think even on a natty 1, he can pass.
Okay, so hold on. If I don't, you're rolling with an 11. You'd have a +6, so you'd have to have a 5. Yeah.
And if you do, even a natty 1 would pass. So that's a big choice. You know, you could save that for you, Wade, for rolling to gain like names or whatever it is to just gain more.
Is there
information.
a crit success at all for getting a contact?
Let me double check. Special multiple critical failures can da-da-da. It says nothing about critical success in this. And I don't know what I would add for a crit here. The other one, it made sense. This one, I have to think on if it does anything for you.
I'm going to do it anyway. I know the name could be important, but I think this is the most valuable thing we could get.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you kill it, if you like absolutely crush it, like let's say you get like a really high roll and you get like a 15 or 20 higher, like I'm sure Scott will come up with something cool. So I will give you my hero point.
Are you going as Aldo or are you going as a disguise?
It doesn't. I don't think it makes sense for me to go as Aldo.
I don't know how it works for downtime activities. Generally, you have to be present to use your hero point on someone else. I don't know if that changes.
Yeah, he can be around for it. That's not an issue. But but Jake, it changes the vibe of the contact. If the contact is just like, oh yeah, I'm just like another guard, or I'm a retired guard ever since I took that arrow in my knee, there's like one type of contact. If it's, I am Aldo of the Valiant Few, and he becomes your contact, those are two very different vibes, right? As two very different relationships.
I think with the chance of success that you have virtually with almost no chance of failure, it might be best to be one of the Valiant Few, because then we would have a contact. If he is a contact, he'd be sympathetic to our cause almost by default, right?
Yeah. And you can't crit fail. We're too high up to crit fail.
All right.
Maybe I'm thinking short term here, but I feel like...
So hold up. You usually have a 9. He just gave you a +6, so you're rolling with a +15.
And he's also got the +2 from the aid.
That includes the +2 from the aid.
Okay.
All right, so I'm rolling with a +15.
2 for the... Is
that what you're saying? I'm rolling with +15.
Total. Wait. Yes, the grand total is
just
+15.
Add a +6 to your normal bluff.
Okay, so
6 under 10.
I got you. This is before you,
So the 6 is from what?
4 from his hero point, 2 from his aid another.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we still have the +6 from.
I don't use that +6.
Not yet.
Not right now.
Not yet.
You can choose.
After, it's okay. You can choose. Okay, all right.
Mikhail
I'll roll
might
it.
need it
That
for his spell.
Yeah. Right.
You actually rolled the 1.
He rolls a fucking natural 1, and he needs to use the +6. Oh my god, wait! It's so good you use it. If you didn't use the fucking, I was like, well, what's the likely? Oh my god!
Hey.
Holy shit. Okay,
now you
fuck
got
the +6, take it.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Oh
this is graph dying all over again. Like that's what...
but we pass, right?
You do.
With the +6 we pass.
We have the high value target.
Okay, you have the high value. You have to blow your load. This is why Wade wears his gimp suit all week, so he could
come here. Master. Whip me again.
Okay. All right.
To gain a high value contact in the guard.
It's not a critical success, but you gain a high value contact in the guard that is a contact for Aldo, a persona of Aldo. I mean, the person of Aldo. And cool. That sounds all right. Awesome. So you end up finding out literally not the direct air quotes captain of the guard, because that is Beltran. Beltran is the captain of the guard. It is actually his title, but his chief lieutenant, the person that is in charge when he is gone, or takes care of a lot of the day-to-day shit that he doesn't want to deal with. So the person that is the de facto, captain of the guard that literally does all the work. That person fucking hates Beltran. Are you kidding me? Like, he didn't like him to begin with. He's just some rich, snotty, whatever. And then he always walks in and like takes his desk, puts his feet up on it, gives him orders, treats him like he's some sort of, dare I say it, slave. And then like he absolutely hates the guy.
Hey,
and
Bird.
so when you come in, oh, hey, you can't see who it is. Bird, what up, Bird? Bird. Tweet. All right. Where are we? So I thought for a second it was 69 raiders. So close. It's 89.
20 of you need to leave immediately.
Yeah, 20 raiders leave. This is less exciting. Yep, less exciting. Bird, you can stay.
Leave, relaunch stream, and then come back.
Yep, please.
That'll work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, back to game. So you guys are so absolutely hates the guy. And he's not saying murder him or anything like that. He just wants him removed from his position. He doesn't have a direct issue with the Greyer's family or anything like that. He's not some high upstanding individual. He just wants his own crap back. You know what I mean? So he's not like, let's murder the guy. He's like, all right, what can I do to help get rid of him? Do we have to just like get him a big promotion? Maybe we can help him do some success somewhere so he gets promoted to a better place. Maybe his family sends him off somewhere. That sounds awesome. Let's get him married. Maybe then he'd be too occupied with that to do this shit. Or, disgrace his name and drag it through the mud or so on. So whichever way, he doesn't care. As long as the guy's gone. So that's high value contact success without
killed.
Huh?
Does he have like the other end? Like, can you go too far with getting rid of Beltran for him?
Oh, if you're talking about killing him, it's like, are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how much money his family has? They own everybody. Shh, don't talk about that shit around here. What's wrong with you?
Okay, so he doesn't really.
So he's
care,
more
but he'll
concerned
act
with
like
you're
he
being
cares.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. So
What's his name?
You know what? Doxy can choose their name so long as they are not as long as it's not an obnoxious name.
Guard dude.
Guard dude. And or Vane. I'm fine with it. And Doxy, what's their race? What species are they? And they don't need a last name, so that's fine. Orvane's good enough. And then human. Human name Orvane. Sounds great. Thank you, Doxy. Wait.
And how much EP?
Oh, I think when you get a contact, you just gain 1 EP. Yes, you gain 1 EP.
Okay.
But then you also have that contact who can also be bribed with the same rules. They don't cost more. It's the same chart.
And since they're already your contact, it's not harder to bribe them because they're already a contact. There's not like a high value bribe,
they must
right?
be your contact to bribe them.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, Wade, back to you, sir. You
Do I need to roll for a name since we have that contact? He would very easily know the dude's name, right? Like,
oh, that's a good point. You do not
like you
need to
just be
roll for
like,
that.
hey man, what's the dude that runs with him all the time?
But you do have to roll if you want to get more information about that person.
I mean, that's fine, but that seems less dangerous than being like,
Yeah.
who's that guy running around with Beltran? Like running down the streets with my books out, you know?
For you, sir, do you have knowledge local? I don't think you do.
Nature and yeah.
Okay,
No,
because
not
of who he is, because you can get the name easily, your DC is reset. It's a diplomacy, Wade, all the way back down to a 16.
Oh boy.
Oh, wait, hold on. Nope, that's wrong. It's all the way back down to a 15.
All right. Hey, I did good, guys. I did good.
Awesome. Wade, you get to do two things.
Yes.
One, you get to choose somebody in chat to name this person. But before you choose that person, because some people in chat will be very interested in this. Some people who may have already chosen a name. This person, the reason why they stood out straight back, seems to be very competent, so on and so forth. They're not just an anybody. This check that you just succeeded at, what you discovered is this person is not just like a citizen of Hodgwen, born and raised here, nay. They are actually somebody who is hired by the family to come here. This individual is a hired jewel of Eroth. Specifically, it's what? An amber? Are the jewels of Eroth that take care of, record keeping, bookkeeping, so on and so forth. So this is a jewel. And the jewel is here to assist. The Jewels of Eroth are an organization that are removed from any nation, though they work very closely with Scaria, that have different positions, and each one of them have different like masteries. For instance, Pyrites are like laborers. ambers handle like bookkeeping, record keeping, so on and so forth. So this is an amber jewel. And their names are they have a specific nomenclature. Usually their first or last name, if they have a last name, is named after some sort of precious, semi-precious, or just geographical object. So like a rock.
I made a mistake a couple weeks ago in game, Scott. I forgot to tell you that one of the things we were going to spend gold on was I was going to go ahead and get the armor. We can
Yeah, no, I knew that.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it
There's
would take
stuff
to
we're gonna
make,
buy.
but if it could be ready for this, that'd be awesome. But that would have been like at the start of during our downtime.
You would have done that
right after
before
we
the
got the
3 weeks of
money.
downtime.
Yes.
So we'll
Yeah.
look into that. We'll see how long it takes. And
That's
if
fine.
3
We can
weeks,
do it off
okay.
stream. Don't have to
Yep.
worry about it. But
Perfect.
I just want to get that out there. Okay, so Beltran's assistant is a jewel, an amber jewel.
An amber jewel, yep. And who do you want to choose the name?
I don't know who it means something to. I mean, forensics
Doxy
seemed
literally
interesting.
invented this organization.
Oh, Doxy invented it?
When she played in Aurorum 1.0 and Thronekeeper, she created this organization.
Doxy, we're gonna go to you twice in a row. You get the name, this amber jewel.
I was a fancy Hoa.
Back to you in the studio.
Always
Doc.
have the most interesting commentary.
I named them Doxy. Hey, don't do that. I don't want to feel bad whenever I have to kill him.
Wow.
I'd feel bad. I like Doxy.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Maybe not that Doxy. Maybe that Doxy will rock you your Soxy. Because there's also a Hoa.
Borask?
Barask. Okay, Barask,
Borask.
right? Is that what you said as well, Keegan?
Yeah,
Barask.
Barask. I just said it with some.
Ah, like
You know.
AH or like scared.
I went with ah.
Barask.
Asking
That
Doxy,
is,
the name creator.
I assume that's a male name. Or it could be non-binary. That does not strike me as a female name, though. Either way. And Doxy, you choose race and sex or gender. My apologies. So
Whatever
anyways,
you
back
feel
to
in your heart. I just
Whatever
don't
they
need to
are
know
in
if it's
your heart.
like AH or Borask or Borask.
I'm going to say that they are, with a name like that, give me 1 second. I'm going to say that they are a non-binary hobgoblin.
Borask.
Okay.
Or a hobgoblin?
Yeah, non-binary hobgoblin, which hobgoblins do have sexual dimorphism that's noticeable, so they shave everything. They are bald
That brings you
hobgoblin.
to our sponsor, Manscaped. If you also don't want hair on your balls or your... No, we're not actually sponsored.
Okay, moving on. Awesome. Let's go. So, you guys are able to gather this information. That concludes the 3 weeks and all the research and everything. Keegan,
Spellcraft!
may the dice
Yeah.
be with you.
Yeah.
You guys really want him to pass this, especially Wade.
Okay.
8
doesn't
weeks
know
of
any-
downtime later. No.
I'm learning
God.
a different spell. Fuck everything. God damn it.
Literally,
It did the same shit.
the entire path
It did
was
the
supposed to
same
be just
shit
for.
as last
Okay.
time.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
He's literally trying to learn a spell that when you sleep, you heal faster.
Dude, we're gonna have to like... I don't know what all gives you boost to rolls, but if the fortunes favor you, we're gonna have to just buff you up.
I just can't fucking roll above a 10. Every time I do, it's not the important thing.
You know, I just want to
And it's
point
a
out,
fucking
like,
2.
I rolled a 16 or an 18 or whatever it was there. You guys have a 2, a 1, and a 2 on these important tasks.
I have a vendetta against 2s. Like, you know what? I don't want to get into
Careful
it.
saying that. You're going to get a lance command. It's like messy with 4s.
Oh, okay. This is the exclamation point Keegan, and it's I have a vendetta with 2s.
Docs, I don't think we have reroll, sadly. We have
No.
we
But
do have fortune's
Nope.
favor, but that's the only way I think you can help people
Nope.
because we can't even do luck.
the
Those are very
KK and
expensive.
the KK was already used, and it was
KK.
specifically around the slumbering queen. So,
God damn it.
I've
Keegan.
literally just had a blank spell slot since we hit second level,
'cause
trying to
he's
get
a
this
spell that's
fucking spell.
It's a non-standard spell. It's outside of what he's normally allowed to do, so he has to do research to discover it, and that's what he's been trying to do is research it. So, but every week he can try. But back to the game. So Keegan, you introduced the thought to what's her name, Jaden. and you introduce Jaden to the Slumbering Queen, and over the course of the next 3 weeks of, we'll call it therapy, there is tremendous success. By the 3 weeks being out, you notice turnaround after a week, absolute turnaround after 2 weeks. By 3 weeks over, you feel as though you're meeting Jaden for the first time ever. But we will introduce the non-broken Jaden to you next session, which will be season 3, session 1.
See all the next 30 session season. That's 12.
Be season 3, session
the way
1.
Scott treats NPCs, she's gonna be worse. Like the broken parts of her were actually the real her. Is when she showed restraint. That was the broken part.
Right. Your introduction is roll initiative.
Cool.
At the end of 3 weeks, is Beltran back?
He only left a week ago, and at the end of the week, he is not back yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, there's not much space left to the east in Nadir, so I'm like, how far is this man going if he's not?
He's certainly not marching into Paradel. It's only 100 people. Cool. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming by and hanging out. Just as a reminder, never ever hit 5,000 subscribers before on YouTube, and literally at 4,998. If you go to YouTube and subscribe to Lost Initiative, you could be the last 2 people to finally break that 5,000 mark. It could be you. It could be you. Or you should be the person, but Anno unsubscribes at about that same second, and you thought you were the one, but then the person after you becomes the one. But then, my brothers all unsubscribe, and my sister does, and now we have to get like 4 or 5 more people. So, be the change you want to see in the world, one way or the other. Jake, anything 49999999999. Jake, anything exciting going on in your life?
No, I thought I was having somebody come visit from the US, but apparently not. So, right.
Keegan,
it cost 100 gift subs to tell him that info. Isn't that cruel?
5,000! 5,000 for the first time ever!
4999. Anno just left.
Okay, well, it's not going.
5,002!
Woohoo! No, it's Anno proof. All right. Keegan, anything exciting happening to you? Are you actually flying to Australia or no?
I'm unsubscribing.
Okay.
I'm just.
Anything exciting happening, sir?
Next week I'll be running my usual campaign on Tuesday, in the same time slot as this, but on my channel, The Unnatural Ones on Twitch. The party had a boat or something, and I'm probably going to try to kill him with a crazy thing in a cave, maybe. I don't know. I'm probably going to take my day out on him because this 2 situation, it's got me...
Hit him with a monster that takes away one of their spells.
I might do that.
Because you play Pathfinder as well, I hope one of your PCs is like, oh, hey, I wanted to add this spell to my spell list.
None of them can.
Oh, that would have been really funny, though.
Someone in my Patreon game already has the spell, which is nice.
Seems like a great
I'll be
spell.
there.
You should learn it.
I hate everything.
Can you tell
I
me,
will see people next week.
Can you tell me something? A quick question about the Patreon game. Does that also take place in your homebrew world?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Can you tell us? Sell me your Patreon game.
But I'm so bad right now.
Listen, if you go to patreon.com/Keegan is awesome, or the URL that he's going to type into chat right now, and you subscribe, you can make him a happy boy, a very happy boy.
Well, the other thing is the Patreon game is also full, so I don't want to tell people, hey, come join.
If enough of you subscribe, he has to start a second Patreon game. It happened to me.
I mean, that's true.
You force him to find time in his life where he has to hang out with you. That's true. Happened to me.
That will work.
Yep.
Money
He's very nice.
tends
He
to
definitely
work.
won't take his frustrations out on you.
I was forced to.
I
hang
always
out with
want to,
Summon
but I
Snake
never do.
And Joey and stuff. Like I had to hang out with Anno. I had to watch
That's
Anno
wild.
and Steve intentionally try to do psychological damage to Norway.
Fuck
And
you,
it
Anno.
worked.
That's wild.
Super.
I was also in both of your
God damn
Patreon games, so I've seen it.
Yep.
No, they're hunting pirates in like a feudal, the fuck is the word? Imperialist nation. And they fight a bunch of nightmares and stuff. It's pretty great.
Awesome.
One of them's playing a really dumb orc
I
who
miss
has
Mortifer.
insane physical stats
What,
and 5s across the board. It is mental.
what is
I
your
miss
Patreon
Mortifer.
link, by the way? Is it also unnatural_ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Natural_1s.
Cool.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it is us.
Anybody else? Anything else? Wade, apparently
Molly
you-
and I are streaming Luma Island Friday. That's how we're spending our Valentine's Day. We're just gonna stream
Oh.
a game together.
Friday's
You're
Valentine's
gonna
Day.
work?
Will it work? Yeah, I hope it will.
Yes, you're gonna work on Valentine's Day?
Yeah, I asked her what she
I
wanted to do. She's like, I don't know, you want to stream something? I was like, yeah, sure.
Oh, fair enough.
It's our lives.
It's
It's our lot in life.
Britt and I are both working Friday, but that's day job, whatever, right? But then like we had also like friends that we haven't seen that haven't come over in forever. We're like, oh hey, you want to come over? Like, you know, let's pick some dates. And one of them, we're like, oh, pick one of these 3 dates, and they picked the 14th. We're like, cool. And then I bumped into the wife of the couple, and she was like, you know, it's Valentine's Day, right? And I was like, oh, I had no idea. I don't care. That's fine. Come over. I'll make you steak or something. Like, eh. So if you celebrate, have fun. Go there. Watch Molly make Wade wear a gimp suit for Halloween. Nope. Wrong holiday.
I think
A
she
lot of you are
lets
very
him.
obsessed with being a gimp suit. I don't know
You're
if they make them in actual tall. Now, Scott size, they probably exist very frequently, but like,
Yeah, I think they just call them gloves or whatever. You just you just snap it right on.
We just need a we just need to get Molly to say on stream, I'm gonna go medieval on his ass. That's all we need. That's all we need. Cool.
you can ask her.
All right, I forgot. I have to press the raid buttons.
Okay.
Zed's dead. Zed is dead.
Well, hopefully next week we actually get to play a session. We'll see if Scott cares about us again
I do care about you.
instead of this 1 hour
Yeah.
bullshit we just did.
I'm
It
hoping
feels
that
like we
next
have an hour and a half left.
I know.
I'm hoping that next week I have the good news of nah, probably
Pat.
not until Thursday or Friday.
Thanks, man. We're getting ready to get
Hey,
started.
Pat. Right.
Hey, patty cake!
We can roll some dice for you.
Pat,
Yeah.
I want you to know I performed like Strix tonight, and I did well. Mostly.
By that he means he canoodled with a lady in bed and did not do the nasty.
I was banging on a trash can and doing a little dance.
Do a little dance.
Wow, Keegan, if you
Didn't
could just
make
roll that
love.
with your
Gonna
other.
get down tonight.
I was already thinking it. You didn't have to tell me, Wade. I was already thinking it.
Because like with your bonus, you would have passed easily with that. 7 out of 20.
Because with just the raw roll, actually would have been.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would have been great.
Well,
It would have been awesome.
at least we
I
know
want to live
Pat's
with
better
that
than
reality.
Pat's better than Keegan.
No, Koa's going JP speed, not into win speed. I'm
Yeah,
hoping
whatever
after
with
about
that.
6 years I get to hold this girl's hand.
And thanks everybody at 5,002 subscribers. Have never broken 5,000 before. That's fucking exciting and awesome. For over on YouTube. If anybody else wants to subscribe, awesome. Thank you very much. Super cool to hit that milestone. All right, I'm sure we're gonna rate any second now.
Yeah, you're gonna get cut off.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. Bye.
All right, folks. We're still on screen. Or never mind.